hottest music and yesterday's hits. Marl.
Morning, guys. Morning. For those of you who came earlier and were not able to fill the attendance sheet, I think it's here. You can just fill it for purposes of report writing, because you may need to attach that when you're doing your reports.
Uzongithanda kodwa uhlala ngami ungilahle kugcinile mangifona ngizibheke khala ngize ngizumeke darling abuya ibona inkinga nawe darling abuya ibona inkinga
Labangano, sayithandela imoto, sayithathela ikoko, mina ngiseselutho. Sethola abangcono, sayithandela imoto, sayithathela ikoko, mina ngiseselutho. Soliyazaba uthando nje liyabiza ukhupha namamitha thandini siyalila iswamshwa luvalo anginothandeni ngiyatasela awengabyozala kombo tathi khoma sami yo Polo, niswamsha waluvalo anginothandeni ngiyatasela awengabyozala kombo tathi khoma sami yo
Vamos onde ela, vamos onde ela, nothing is sure. Eu falo, you understand it, someone tandani, you console, you comprende. Vamos onde ela, vamos onde ela,
niswamsha waluvalo anginothandeni ngiyatasela awengabyozala kombo tathi khoma sami yo angilopolo niswamsha waluvalo anginothandeni ngiyatasela awengabyozala kombo tathi khoma sami yo angilopolo shona khona avuka vuka asebenzela khona sibe shona khona azula zula khalele ngakhona sibe shona khona avuka vuka asebenzela khona sibe shona khona azula zula khalele ngakhona sibe shona khona
wengelo sehlele duse kwami ufuna ukulokala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu ngiyathatha mntanomuntu ngiyathatha funa bonke mama bakubone mama wengelo sehlele duse kwami ufuna ukulokala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu ngiyathatha mntanomuntu ngiyathatha funa bonke mama akubone mama wengelo sehlele duse kwami ufuna ukulokala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu ngiyathatha mntanomuntu ngiyathatha funa bonke mama bakubone mama wengelo sehlele duse kwami ufuna ukulokala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu uyangiqala mntanomuntu
Okay, excuse me, asa kundinge ba. I went to do the job. Hey.
Sides. You take Z as your
Isagalavuga, 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 isagalavuga.
Ungangisondeli hleze ngithukutele hleze ngisempini akufiwe makufiwa siwe maziwa sokubuya ngusisi Boliviana amantombazana yokala bafana ungangisondeli hleze ngithukutele hleze ngisempini akufiwe makufiwa siwe maziwa sokubuya ngusisi
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. All right, you can start settling down. So good to see your wonderful faces this morning. All right, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's so good to see you this morning. Allow me to recognize some of these institutions that have, from where you come from. And I can see the Maseno MMUS, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. If you're from MMUS, raise your hand up. Aha, very wonderfully well represented. I'm only seeing 2 hands, and I can see the list is almost full here with only MMUST. Special thanks to your organization and everybody at your institution for this. I can see also the State Department for Public Works. Raise your hand. Asante sana, wonderful. I can see, okay. Most of these are abbreviations. I'm struggling to know. Oh, anyone from Ombudsman? All right, thank you so much, sir. I can also see someone from Utalii. Utalii, very nice. From the Bomas of Kenya? Wonderful. All right. From KSG? Great. From UON? UON? Okay. From the State Department for Mining? Okay. Karibuni sana. And then we have from Machakos University. Karibuni sana. We have from, okay. NRC. NRC should be for NRC. Anyone from NRC? All right. What's NRC in full? Ule amesikia niambie. NRC inakumanisha nini? The abbreviations I'm hearing here from the front are not very accurate. NRC. Just stand up and tell us your organization. What's NRC? NRC, wadosi wenyu wako hapa na wanasikia mmekataa kujisema. Nairobi Rivers Commission. Great. Sasa hapa kuna please, thank you. Yeah, print it for me. Niache kuna jina nimeandika. All right, we want to appreciate everybody here from the academia, from the students to the different organizations. Anyone here from the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation? KBC? KBC? Bado hajafika. Okay. I'm sure they'll be here shortly. All right, I can see KAS, NLC, and active here. All right, so I was not very audible. Now let me use this. The technical team can help us fix this. It's so good to see that all of you guys have remained and you're very consistent at coming very early to be part of this intergenerational dialogue conference. It's an intergenerational dialogue conference that we've really focused and put some effort in making sure that it happens, and it's so fulfilling to see it come to be. I don't know how many of us, the youth today, are willing to sit here just for a brief engagement. I'd really want to. I saw volunteers yesterday, and you guys did well in doing that. But all right, so as we begin this program today, I know I've not introduced myself, and probably most of you are wondering, who on earth is this young man who just joined us? My name is Trevor Ngendo. I'm a journalist, a broadcast journalist at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and I cover business and tech-related news. I'll be part of the moderators of the sessions today, and I hope to make it short, sweet, very straightforward and on point, and also that we keep time. That I'll be very strict on it. So this, to kick us off this morning, I know we are due to have, we'll be having a catch-up session to just find out quickly, to go through what we went through over the last 2 days. But before we do that, allow me to give a chance to the Mwalimu Sacco to give a quick presentation here this morning. And they'll be guided by Timothy Kaula. Yes, just a moment. Thank you so much. Correction. Mr. Timothy is the manager of the HQ branch of the Mwalimu Sacco. But before we do that, I'm aware we've still not prayed, so I'll want to welcome a volunteer to just lead us in a word of prayer as another team settles in here. Someone to just volunteer and come and pray for us. Volunteer to obey. All right, come over. You're from Masinde? Oh, this gentleman, I saw you did, you spoke very powerful things yesterday here. Introduce yourself again today and lead us in the word of prayer.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Andrew Seth Ombasa, fourth-year student from Masinde Muliro University, from the School of Education. So at this particular moment, I request us that we may stand for a prayer, then we start. Na tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu tutasema ni shukran na asante kwa kipaji cha uhai. Asante kwa ulinzi wako mwema tangia tulipoanza mkutano huu hadi siku hii ya leo. Hakika umekuwa mwema kwetu, umekuwa mwongozi wetu na mlinzi wetu hadi wakati huu. Mipangilio yote ya siku ya leo tuiweka mikononi mwako, ili kwamba yale ambayo yote tutakayoweza kunena yawe ni kulingana na mapenzi yako na yakaweza kuleta suluhisho katika zile changamoto ambazo zilizo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tuombe kwamba katika wakati huu walinde wale ambao watakao tuelekeza katika mkutano huu, pia wenzetu ambao wanasafiri kwenye njia ili kwamba waweze kujumuika pamoja nasi. Tuombe kwamba ukaweze kuwapa usafiri mwema. Tuongoze, utulinde na utuhifadhi kwenye afya njema hadi tutakapotamatisha. Sifa na shukrani sikurudie. Ni katika jina safi la Yesu Kristo tumeomba na hata kuamini.
Amen. Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you very much. And welcome to everybody joining us here this morning. All right, as we settle down, allow me this morning to appreciate the teams that have been making sure that we're running this smoothly. And first, I want to begin by appreciating the National Youth Council, and let's give them a round of applause. Specifically, the National Youth Council first, because I've been following their live stream while I was away, and they're doing a very excellent job. You will realize that their platforms are giving us good visibility. Over 200 people are watching us from their YouTube channel over the whole live stream for day one and also day two. So a special thank you to you guys who are doing the live stream. We appreciate you very much. All right, and I also want to appreciate our other sponsors and participants who are here. The Institute of Human Resource Management, tuwapigie makofi. The Kenya School of Government, of course. Let's give them an applause. And also great, here, I'm looking for them here. The Institute of Certified Secretaries. Let us also give them a round of applause. All right, and as more people continue streaming in, allow me to appreciate those that I can recognize. I've recognized the presence of KBC, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Raise your hands. Wonderful. Let's give them a round of applause. Asanteni sana. Once again, my name is Trevor Ngendo. I'm a business journalist at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. It's such an honor to be here today. I am so glad that we made it here at this Intergenerational Dialogue Conference. It's something we've been planning for quite a long time, and to see it come to fulfillment to see it happen is so fulfilling. And I'll be part of the moderators of this session today, and I thank you all for listening. So to kick us off, I'll allow Mr. Timothy, from the manager of the Mwalimu Sacco headquarters branch, to give a presentation here. Today I'll be very strict on time. We'll give it only 10 minutes. Please let's adhere to that. It's exactly 9:30 now. I'll give you up to 9:40, and then we can move to the next thing. Today, all meals will be served on time. We have to break it here also on time. Thank you so much. Let's give him an applause as he comes.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Good morning. Just turn to a neighbor, tell him it's good to have you here. Turn to a neighbor. Tumekauka sana hii Kenya. The by-elections results are out, and can see people smiling. It's an honor, and thank you, Trevor, for the opportunity and the team that is in this place. My name is Timothy Kavila, as you've heard, from Mwalimu National Sacco, and we deal with money. So whenever you see me, you see money working. So we're dealing definitely with money, and to make sure that people have money in their pockets and the money for their future. Allow me just to give a story. I have like 7 minutes, but allow me just to give a story that will maybe highlight what it is that I want to share. And it's a story of a person called Ken. About this is an intergenerational setup. So we'll be able to pick something from this particular story. Ken graduated at the age of 24, and he got a job a year after that with the Ministry of Works, that is under public service. And he began working, and he was a disciplined person. He made sure that everybody was aligned. He made sure that every file was filed where it was supposed to be. And the Ken was disciplined, but only one thing in his life was not disciplined, and that was his money. And time people told him, kindly Ken, sort out your finances. He always had an excuse like, I have time. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Then he would always say, in this government, things take time. So let there not be so much pressure on what it is that I need to do as Ken. And sure enough, he continued working in the Ministry of Works without the discipline of money. Every payday, he would pass by the local butchery, the local joint, and they would say, let me stimulate the economy. Let me invest in the economy. Let me support local business. And they continued doing that. And maybe we are like Ken. And they did not care. He would pass by the nearest electronics shop, and they pick something and just to check what is it that is new in this place. Trevor, 2 minutes, right? We are negotiating. Now, thank you, Trevor. Ken decided that I have time. But lo and behold, time came, and the Ministry of Works, the HR, requested Ken that in the next 2 months, you will be leaving this particular position. You will be retiring. And the Ken was surprised. How soon? I've been around. I have sent memos. Ken knew everything about the office. He knew when the tea was coming. He knew when the printer was jammed. He knew who was where at what particular time. But time came and Ken had to leave the office. And one time he sat down under a tree and he was listening to people sharing on what they were doing in their retirement. The medical bills started trickling in. And he started feeling frustrated. How comes I did not arrange myself when I was working at the ministry? He was no longer able to stimulate the local business that he was stimulating when he was working. Maybe that Ken is us in this place. I know here we have old people, we have people that are working, we have new people, we have students, leaders in this place. And maybe you feel that you have time. You feel that there will always be time for me to do things. And just like Ken, time will come when you shall sit under a tree and realize, wait a minute, I did not arrange myself. I can no longer have the kind of lifestyle that I need to have. And that's where Mwalimu Sacco comes in. Right at this particular time is, how does Mwalimu Sacco make your life not be the life of Ken? One is, we're talking of a stable organization. We've been around for the last 51 years. Last year we celebrated our 50 years. That meaning that not only are we stable, like we are the largest Sacco in the country and even in Africa. Simtupigie makofi hata kama ni makofi kidogo. That speaks about any single coin that we have. We take good care of that particular thing. What is it that benefits you as a student, as a young person, as an old person in this place who is about to retire, who is planning on retirement, as a lecturer, as a person who is working in the government? What is it that Mwalimu can offer you? One is cheap loans. We're giving you a loan at 1%. We're giving you a loan at 1.1%. And we are extending it for a longer period. Why is that necessary? So that you can access an amount of money. And that project, that land that is idle, that farm that doesn't have avocados, that doesn't have grapes, that doesn't have things that can give you money, it can start giving you money. Because time waits for nobody. In no time, you will be like Ken, asking exactly what happens. And if we start asking questions here, we go to realize somebody telling me, I have 5 years to retirement. In the last 2 weeks, I had an opportunity to meet one of the senior HRs in the public ministry, one of the State Department. And they took me to one of his farms, around 35-40 kilometers from where we are right now. And they told me, this is what I'm preparing to retire with. Over 40 dairy cows. And they told me, every single day, 400 liters of milk moves out of this place. And they told me, I am ready, Timothy, to retire. And I was proud. I just walked in, actually, I was with my family that particular afternoon. And I was just proud of this person that has been able to arrange himself. And they told me, before I retire in the next 2 years, at least 1,000 liters of milk is what I'm working towards. What are we saying? You have a lot of opportunities, and maybe you're just sitting on that opportunity. There's a land that you can develop. There's a project and you may stall, and you think a miracle will happen. The issue is this: a miracle will not just happen. You have to be very deliberate. You have to start early. You have to start small. You have to start now. Mwalimu Sacco is giving you cheap loans. It's giving you a mortgage to make sure that you settle down. You're not paying your rent. It is giving you an opportunity to finance your asset. Ikuwe ni tinga-tinga, ikuwe ni machine ya kuosha gari, ikuwe ni that vehicle for Uber. We are giving you that opportunity. And we're able to sit down with you and tell you, take this particular direction. We said we've been around for some time right now. The other thing that we are doing as an organization is, if you join Mwalimu, if you don't have any other reason to join Mwalimu because you say, I have this Sacco, I have this, you can actually join for our social welfare. At only 150 shillings, we are able to cover you, your spouse, your kids, your parents, and your parents-in-law. At only 150, we give you 180,000 in case of anything happens. Your spouse up to 135,000, your kids up to 75,000, your parents and your parents-in-law are covered in that. So these are some of the things that we are doing as an organization. And I say we are stable. We are not moving with your money anywhere. For people that are about to retire, because they are in this place, we have very wonderful retiree packages. Our fixed interests are the highest in the country. We are even going up to 13.5. I know the banks are at 9, at 6, at 8. But we are able to sit down, and actually we are able even to pay you on a monthly basis. You cannot get that deal any other place other than in Mwalimu National Sacco. For the people that are in school, we actually have started bringing on board the students so that they can start learning the culture and the habit of saving early as an individual, so that you don't become the Ken that I mentioned earlier. What I can tell you is this: planning for your future is your responsibility. No, but actually retirement is not government's project. It is a personal project. Yes, we have these pension schemes and all that, and they are amazing. We have this training that people are given so that they can plan. But the decision that you make, it is a personal decision. If I was preaching, I would now call for an altar call. On who? Hapa ndo neno inaingianga na tunasema nani anataka kumake decision. But we've been around with you and we are still around. Please come, let's have a conversation. What is it that is stuck? What project can we work with you? We have people that are doing things. We have set up whereby you can see. You want to take this particular direction, we have people that are doing that, what you want to do. And we're able to work with you, we're able to finance you, we're able to check and make sure that you are on the right track. Yes, I can see an hand on that side.
Good morning, Mwalimu Sacco.
Good morning.
I'm just wondering, you're telling us about soft loans, and we know in government, even when it comes to those banks, they usually have like a memorandum of understanding with various institutions. Are you having a memorandum of understanding with all government institutions, or you just want us to come so that when we are in need of it, you're kind of, you know, where you're coming from? We don't have an understanding. Go get the guarantors.
Thank you. It's a good question. Maybe one more question, then I just respond. Yes?
Good morning. Mine is, I have two questions. One, we know that Mwalimu Sacco is only for teachers. Has then been extended to other various organizations. Two, suppose I join and at the process of taking a loan, do I need to have guarantors who are members of the Mwalimu Sacco, or I can self-guarantee? Thank you.
Good, thank you. There's another question here.
Thank you. I'll talk on behalf of the comrades in the house. So you've said comrades can join Mwalimu Sacco. And we know the criteria for you to get loans with SACCOs, number one, payslips. Most comrades don't have payslips, so explain it further. How will comrades gain from that? Yes, they'll save, but when they want to gain access to the money to make their deals, how will they be given the money? What criteria will be used? Thank you.
Asante. One more, then I'll be welcoming the regional manager just to respond to those 4 questions. Maybe just one. Yeah, there's one.
Yes, good morning. My question is, I think you were told on Wednesday that you're offering loans to civil servants without guarantors. So, is that the case? Okay. Secondly, I want to know, is the 1% you are charging as interest, is it annualized or is it per month? And is it on reducing balance?
Okay. Thank you. There's one behind there. I think that one will be the last one. Then I think the other issues we can deal because we are still working under a particular. So we can deal with that one. Then our time will be up. Then we are here. I'll actually share my number. There is one. There is just one there. Just one.
Good morning, everyone. My question is, what is Mwalimu Sacco doing differently to ensure that the members' savings are safe and they do not go under? Like we have heard of some SACCOs that have lost members' savings. Thank you.
Okay. The last one, kabisa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and I can't take it for granted. I'm Anyanga Victor from Machakos University, Economics and Finance as the course. Though despite the SACCO only providing the loan or service to teachers, but now I want to talk on in terms of economics. Now it is a question, and it goes like, what strategic role can Mwalimu Sacco play in improving financial stability and investment culture among public servants, especially in the face of rising economic uncertainties? Thank you. Good.
Asante sana. We'll have the RM respond to those questions, but allow me just to give you my number. We'll be able to gauge. Allow me to give you a number because once I sit down, I'll not be standing. We'll gauge outside. Please write it somewhere. 0713 422 027. 0713 422 027. Timothy. Thank you. The question will be responded to.
Thank you, Timothy. Let's clap for Timothy. I'm glad to be here to respond to the questions which have been raised by the congregants. One, a member of the team has asked whether we have MOUs with institutions. Yes, Mwalimu National Sacco. We have MOUs with government institutions and parastatals. So if you join Mwalimu National Sacco and you're working for a government institution, the ministry or parastatal, feel confident. You will not be taken in loans when you want a loan to do for guarantors. The MOU takes care of that. The other question was about the open board and the self-guaranteed for the loans. Yes, at Mwalimu National Sacco, you can take a loan as a self-guaranteed loan. You do not require guarantors. But we have a category of loans which may require guarantors. We have a variety of products, from asset finance, check-off loans, non-check-off loans, construction loans. So we once you visit Mwalimu National Sacco or you engage us, we'll be able to advise which product suits you best. Do you need a self-guaranteed loan? Do you need a loan without guarantors going for a long-term period? Do you need a loan with guarantors? We'll be able to do that. For the comrades, we welcome you to Mwalimu National Sacco. We are very innovative and we make tailor-made products to suit comrades. One, once you join a SACCO, you look at aspect of saving. We have flexible and target accounts for comrades. Do you want a target account where you want to access your money after a certain period of time and you get the interest? Do you want a flexible current account where you can be able to access your money once you put it in Mwalimu National Sacco for consumption? Do you also want a soft loan to take you through the semester? We shall be able to work on that. The request which you come up with is which helps us to come up with a tailor-made product for you. We are all different. Different budgets, different needs. For the civil servants, we give loans, and the interest of 1% is on reducing balance. It's at 1% per month, reducing balance. That is 12% per annum. And the interest we calculated based on the outstanding balance of the loan at that month. So the interest at the beginning of the month, or the year, or at the beginning of the loan is always higher, but it keeps on reducing. So averagely, if you work 12% per annum on reducing balance, it comes to allow 9% per annum, because we charge on the actual loan outstanding. What do we do, or what is Mwalimu National Sacco doing to ensure the safety of members' funds? One, good governance. Mwalimu National Sacco, we ensure there is good governance. We are ISO certified, meaning that we adhere to the international standards of learning and institution. The regulations, as per the guidance of the SASLA. SASLA is a body which guides and regulates the SACCOs, is a government parastatal. So we adhere to the regulations of SASLA, and we do comply to the Cooperative Act and any other advice that we may get from our auditors and the peers in the market. The last question was about the financial inclusion of all categories of people, the young, the old, those who are working and those who are not working, who are students. We have done it and we are doing it. Under the environmental, social, and governance, the environmental part and the social part, we ensure that nobody is left behind in our financial establishment. We have products even for children, which you call the junior accounts for those who are underage, the group accounts, chama accounts for women, and the youth for students, and also the retirement packages for those who are aged. So the system which works at Mwalimu National SACCO, we ensure that all sectors of the economy, people from all walks of life, they are included in the planning of Mwalimu National SACCO to ensure that none is left behind. And you are allowed, once you come to Mwalimu National SACCO, to make a request, you make a negotiation, so that you can adjust the product to meet your needs. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Okay, we can do it better than that. Let's give them both a warm round of applause. Asante sana Mwalimu Sacco, and you're doing well. I am a business journalist and I can tell for sure that Mwalimu Sacco is one of the best SACCOs. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much to you, Mr. Timothy and Sai. Your name? Shem. Asante sana. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. And I can see the numbers continue to increase, and we expect even more to be joining us in the course of this conversation. I want to also appreciate the presence of the media who are here already. We have the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC, through that camera. Mr. Alvin, let's give them a round of applause. We also have KTN here through this camera. Let's give them a warm round of applause. All right, and also we have the National Youth Council TV who are live streaming this at the moment. It's currently live. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Actually, they told me to mention where I was watching from. So I was following their live stream from day one to yesterday, day two, from Accra in Ghana, and they're doing a good job. The sound quality is absolutely amazing, and you're getting good viewership. So tuwapigia makofi pia wao. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to have a quick catch-up session as I take you through the program. May I have volunteers who will come here and just share their expectations, their frustrations, and what probably you expect at the end of this conference today. Let me get volunteers. If you're willing to come and say something about this, I have a mic for you. We'll do that for 10 minutes. Please come over and have the mic here. Let's have you line up here. I saw some, I was following yesterday and I saw the wonderful recaps that you are doing. Let's keep coming as I take you through the program. I'm waiting for you. I saw a gentleman from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology here yesterday who was giving very wonderful points, and I noted some of them. He said that expertise is domain-based and not age-based. Such a wonderful and well. I also saw Grace from MMS, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology as well. I saw the gentleman here from the Tana and Athi. Tana and Athi. Very nice deliberations. Let me have volunteers who can come here and mention just what you guys caught. Just this is a very wonderful opportunity. Your next employers, the next cabinet secretaries, the next principal secretaries, the next CEOs, the next everyone, the head of parastatals are seated here today. The next generation of them are seated here today. So let me get volunteers who can come and give a quick recap of what you had here yesterday and probably what you're expecting today. Just come over. Continue coming, please. So in the program today, we expect it to be a very short program. I want to make sure that we leave here on time. We have a number of us who are traveling to different parts of the country today. Want to quickly take you through the recap of, the program of the day. I believe it should have been shared already and downloaded. So in the course of the program today, we expect to hear from Mr. Jean-Luc, a UNDP representative. We also have Professor Noura Mohammed from the Director General, Kenya School of Government. Also, our chief guest today, we expect Mr. Felix Koskei, the Head of Public Service and the Chief of Staff from the Government of Kenya. Those are the guests we expect today. We are also privileged to have National Youth Council CEO, Madam Gloria Wawira, who is also around. Of that, we also have the recap of what we did today, and then all right, so let's hear, as we do the recap, let's hear some of the quick issues that the government should take up to meaningfully engage the young people in public service, and also to hear a quick recap of what we had here in the day 2 deliberations. I see Stephanie Ayeta here. She is my colleague from the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I give the mic as the last person. We can start from you. Start by introducing yourself and tell us the organization that you represent, and then you can take us through what you caught.
Okay, good morning. Morning once again. Okay, just tell your friend that you are amazing, first of all. Tell someone kindly. Okay. My name is Magio Elizabeth. I was given those names by parents, but my real name, which I come to give myself as I grow up, is Madam Principal. And I'm from Machakos University, a university of choice. So today I have a lot of expectations, starting from day 1 where I come here till today. I think I've been interacting with a lot of leaders who have knowledge and great ideas of this nation and country as well. So today, being the last day, my expectation about the nurturing of sustainable community or county, I'm just here as in I expect to hear ideas from various public services, and more so in the education. How are they going to improve education in the society? Thank you, and I will share more as we continue to interact. Thank you.
Asante, Madam Principal. Tumpige makofi. All right.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anyanga Victor from Machakos University. Economics and finance, being the backbone of a country, from Machakos University. And to me, every day this is the day 3, and before I start a journey, there is an expectation of a day. And based on the 2 days, the previous 2 days, I can't say that they are 100% fulfilled, but almost 99.9% are fulfilled. Now, before I departed the journey for today, I wrote a few expectations, and which I believe that they will be fulfilled. One, to gain a practical insight on how well-being, mental health, and psychosocial support can be integrated into public service workshop. Then 2, basing now on economic line, to understand Kenya's development outlook and the leadership needed for sustainable future, especially on how current and future public servant can contribute to a long-term national growth. Thank you.
Asante sana, thank you. Give him a warm round of applause. Did you tell us your name, please?
Sorry?
Your name?
Anyanga Victor.
Asante Anyanga Victor. Asante sana. Let's hear from you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Hi. Mmekasirika. Timu wa Mudhende ama. It's okay. My name is Juma Mark. I'm a student at Machakos University, taking mechanical engineering as a course. Yesterday, they talked of very important things that I'll just emphasize on them. There's something that you believe in as a person. Those are the core values. What is your value as a person? What do you believe in? Tukilelewa pale, tukilelewa kutoka utotoni mwetu, kuna kitu tumefunzwa kiko ndani mwetu. You have something that you believe in. Uwe Mkristu, uwe Muislamu, katika dini yote, there is something that you believe in. So let us nurture what you believe in. So the most important values that I personally believe in, and they are very important to me, it is one, honesty. You have to be honest to yourself. Whatever you say, be honest. Tushakuwa watu wakubwa. Ukisema ukweli, hakuna mtu atakuchapa, but you're trying to help another person. The other thing is integrity. Ask yourself, the way you are treating someone, will you expect that person to treat you the same way? Some of you are holding offices. Umetoka kwako na shida zako, umeleta shida zako kwa ofisi. Mimi nimekuja tu mtoto mpole kama mimi, nimebisha mlango, nimeuliza swali kwa ukarimu na unyenyekevu, lakini the way you are giving me your feedbacks, it speaks a lot. I know all of us, we have issues, we have problems, but there is a time comes, unaeka shida zako chini, you serve the people of Kenya. You are holding a public office, therefore you have to be responsible for everything. The other thing, it is trust. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust yourself. People will shout at you, people will tell you hauwezi, unakaa hivi. Someone was here many years ago, alijaribu ikashindikana. But if you have purpose, you have a plan, you have a vision, you have a dream, then it will come to reality. Mark Gregg once said that whatever you see it here, it can happen. Whatever you see it in your brains or minds, it can happen. It's just a matter of your strategy, your plan. Ndio inaamua ni nini kitatendeka. But if you have poor planning, hata ukiwa na a bigger dream, it will never come to reality. I like Elon Musk. Sasa inaongea na youth. Comrades, kila mtu anataka kutoka block. Si ndio? Tunaenda to next time tunafanya vitu zingine abnormal. Unataka kufunzwa forex, my friend. Daipa inapanda bei. So remember that. But Elon Musk akigrow up, yeye hakufanya kazi na mentality ya kuwa tajiri. Hakukuza kusema I want to make money. Alianza kufanya kazi akiwa na intention ya kusolve society problems. Sisi kama youth tumeka pesa mbele. That is where the problem begins. Mimi kama Juma today, I'm not working for money, but I'm doing something because of passion. If you have passion, everything else will be successful. Do something because you love doing that thing, but don't do something because of money. If you start chasing money, pesa inaenda mbali. We have a lot of society problems. Try figure it out. Try come up with a solution. Then pesa itakam. Money will follow you. Hello? Are we together? So your core values that you believe in, stick to your core values. Be accountable, be responsible. Wengi wetu tumefikisha age ya kuoa lakini hatutaki kuoa. Because why? We are not responsible, not accountable. Unataka tu kila siku kuishi mirema. Liver itaisha, ndugu zanguni. So comrades power. Comrades ria. Let us be responsible and accountable for whatever we are doing. Okay? Thank you.
Asante sana Juma Mark. Thank you so much, Mr. Juma Mark. Asante sana. I like that you use the language that everybody here can understand. Yeah. I'll tell you something about a suggestion that was here a few days ago, but carry on, Stephanie.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. You all look good from this side. Say thank you. All right. So for me, there was a lot of takeaways, and I love the fact that yesterday we had even the young people included in the panel, so it makes a dialogue. And from the speakers that we had, one of the things that he said is integrity, even in public service, because public service is not about us. It's really service to the people. So when you come there, you know that you're coming to serve the people. And it's about doing the right thing, not just the right thing, but doing the right thing the right way. And from what we were speaking about, you know, how we want, as young people, we want to work flexi hours. So we need to find a way, the government needs to find a way of how to measure productivity. And that should be me doing my best at, doing my best at my best. So that should be how it should be. And I'm looking forward to knowing exactly how we are going to bring all this together today, everything that we have learned in the conference, so that it's not just a talk like any other, but how we're going to implement it. I remember the last speaker, Ms. Nkatha, saying that we ought not to just give the problems, among many other speakers that also mentioned the same. We ought not just to say these are the problems that we are facing, but what solutions are we bringing? And I believe, even as we're seated here, many people have had solutions. Many people have solutions. Myself, I've interacted with many innovators because I'm a journalist. I cover tech. I have a tech show and I cover a lot of innovators. So I've met people who have a lot of solutions, but how are we really roping this in to solve the problems that we have? Because I believe the solutions are there. And how can we work together as we are here so that when we leave, we know how we are collaborating? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I've loved this panel. In fact, can I just give you an opportunity to take the seats? I engage you in 3 questions as we settle down. Please just take the seats behind you there. All right. In the meantime, please take the seats. I'm sure they'll fit you. Oh, one, yeah, they're enough. All right. Thank you so much. So we had a suggestion here when we were planning this to have Friday as a Sheng Day. And I sat and thought, well, Sheng, tukianza kuongea Sheng hapa, I realized it doesn't mean that our senior managers who are here do not understand the Sheng, only that now it has evolved over generations. The generations that were calling, now we have the Sheng type of Bogigenje. We have that. Previously they had other words, so it has kept evolving. So if you engage some of us in that Sheng ya Bogigenje, tutaelewa kwa sababu I don't know what they call it there, the one that they say sagubda, hizo vitu zote hizo tukianza kutumia hapa tutaelewa, but Mr. Mark here is using a language that we all can understand, and you guys have microphones. I want to hear from you. We can start with Madam Principal there. If you had a chance to change something in public service or in leadership, what would it be? From the youth perspective, what would it be?
Thank you for the question. That if I was given a chance to change something in public, what shall I change? Public service, yeah. I think I will change the mode of transportation.
Mm-hmm. Tell us why and how.
Okay. I think most of the time, when we are transporting or when we are traveling, we do get a lot of challenges maybe on the roads. Most of the people are so corrupt, more so the police, or maybe, let me say, the people who are taking part to make sure that our transportation is good. So I think I will change how they do their work. Then the next thing that I can change, I will change matters concerning all the matters dealing with the people with disability. I think most of the time these people are not being well presented. And you know, most of the people, as in they don't understand the word disability. When we call these people disability, that they have disability, it means that you are being generalizing everything, meaning that they cannot do anything. You can find some activities when they are being done, these people are not being well presented. So I think I can change such kind of situation.
Asante sana, Madam Principal. Thank you so much. Miss, the gentleman there, I apologize to you because I never give you a chance here to say what your recap is. But you can respond to the same question and give a quick recap of what you learned. Start by introducing yourself, please.
Good morning.
Ongeza sauti tafadhali tusikie. Good morning. Yeah?
Good morning. Yeah, once more, my name is Tim. I'm glad to represent the association here. So, to begin with, maybe my take home for yesterday's event is that it was a very good interactive session. One thing that I'm coming to love is that it's an inclusive event. You know, when we have an association or maybe a platform like arrange for a meeting and people are given opportunity to give their views, it means there is so much inclusion and it's a bright thing to think for. So as the youths, we can at least believe that the future is bright. And another thing is, my take home is about consistency. From the first day of the meeting, CEO Mr. Jeremiah talked about integrity and consistency. Can you be the same person today, every time and everywhere? I think mastering consistency is a sign of successful endeavor. So I'm glad for such kind of learning experiences and getting to network. I know we meet here and we can change lives. So that is why a small portion is represented here, but you are not here for yourself. We have some people who are also looking up to us. So we believe at the end of the session, it's something that can change lives and it can touch everyone at the grassroots level. Thank you, sir. Okay, to proceed and to respond, when I was given a chance in the public service, what would I really change? Yeah, in terms of service delivery, speaking from experience that you've not participated in the public service, but we've experienced such challenges in sorts of total inclusivity and number of representation. As we look at data, we feel that some sorts of representations of particular groups. Madam Principal has talked about the marginalized groups, like the people with disabilities. Yeah, for me, that is an experience I've had. Even at the month, I attended Dwarfism awareness at Hilton Hotel. So some people who are always aware that the government represents such kind of things. This month we had a Dwarfism awareness. They call themselves little people. So we had so many complaints because some guys who are there to take care of the facilitation, it was very bad to see people running out, getting home. They could not get their facilitation fee because of one or two reasons. But these are kind of people that are not disabled. So I had the disabled complaining at why is it that someone is not disabled and is representing a disabled person and they don't want to listen to us. So such kind of representation, we should take care of them in a fact that if it's representation, you should represent someone that is like-minded. You don't have to give a representation of something that you don't understand. That is one. Two, one thing that I would really wish to look at the public service is performance-based contracts. I mean, we talked about how we can absorb the majority of the youth in the system so that we can curb the problems that are being faced in the nation. So looking at how the public service is trying to absorb Kenyans, like the youth after schools, it's a transparent way, because to say that is one word that it's in, because it's always normally applied online, but you know, recruitment is not as the application takes place. So one of the things is that we should have an automated systems in the public service system so that it can at least restore this kind of information of guys who continually make the application. And a follow-up links should at least be given so that one can monitor their application, because you'll see you'll have made your application and it's never sure if it went through or not, and you cannot know whether there is a chance for this. But so you see, and aftermath communication, the system does not communicate to people, so you get it not satisfying enough to understand why it is designed to frustrate at the initial stages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your name again, please?
My name is Tim Odhiambo.
Thank you so much, Tim Odhiambo. Yes, as you come on board, Mr. Juma, you mentioned about, have the mic, you mentioned on the need to have, to stick to your core values and to make sure that you're working well. My question to you would be, what are some of the skills that you feel probably young people are getting into public service should get enough of from day one?
From day one. Okay, this is what I will say. The youth getting to the public, they have to reduce something called comparison. A lot of youth, they're trying to fake their life, living the lifestyle that they'll wish to live, but at the moment, they're not capable. So, trying to live other person's life is very difficult nowadays. Ishi maisha yako. Comparison do inaua a lot of youth. You're carrying a lot of pressure, a lot of burdens on your back, because you're trying to live like someone else. Accept yourself. Natoka katika familia fukara na nafaa nianze kutia bidii ili kutengeneza mahali. Unaona? The little that you have, shukuru Mungu. But sasa wewe unataka kujicompare na mtu already esha make it in life. We are up on a place tunapotelea kama vijana. So youth, the only thing I can say, accept yourself, start working on yourself, identify yourself, know your life purpose in this world, because each and every person has a life purpose and anafaa fulfill. Siku zake za kwenda za uni zikifika, utaenda salama. Leave a legacy behind. Yenye mtu atakukumbuka. Usitake tu kuishi maisha ati bora kuishi iko. No. So I think youth, integrity is much important, and if we enhance integrity, tutakuwa mbele sana.
Asante sana.
To add on whatever the previous question umeuliza, kama ningepewa chance ya kuimprove something right now, I could invest so much in education, because one of the greatest philosophers alisema, if you want to kill a country or a nation, you don't require weapons, you only require to give them not quality education, but just education. Then priorities matters. Invest in education, invest in sector, and nothing is coming out of we are not giving out the best. To produce sugar, Mumia Sugar Company was one of the largest company in East Africa, but nowadays we are importing sugar into Kenya. What is that? We cannot manufacture matchsticks, toothpicks as a country. It is very sad. It's very, very sad as a country. So I would like to tell Mr. President, wherever he is, Mr. President tafadhali, just invest in education, fuatisha agriculture, weka health. Everything will be smooth, because without health, nothing is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juma. Let's give him a warm round of applause. All right. I know we are disruptive. The Gen Z is disruptive. Maybe give you a quick chance to give a reaction.
Thank you. Simi Wangila. I just want to reiterate what his name was?
Juma.
Juma, thank you for raising a very good point of accepting and living according to your means. But I want to challenge you on one thing. It is one thing to accept, and the other thing is to improve. Kama nataka kuongea kama majenzi, mimi ni Buddha. Wakati nilikuwa hiyo age yenu, msoto ilikuwa mob. Shule tulikuwa tunapiga, unajua hii barabara inaitwa Dunga Road, ukienda Highway High School. Sasa hiyo Dunga Road ilinijua na jina. But siku accept kuwa maisha yatakuwa hivyo. nilihustle na nikahustle. So ile nitakwambia na naambia mayouth sahi, standards zako kiaccept kuwa uko down na roho yako ikubali kuwa uko down, utakuwa tu down. Na msoto itakufuata na itakujua na jina. Itakujua na pali unaishi. But ukisota na matumaini na you work towards it, hii title inaitwa principle. Inaweza come. Na itakam. But you have to work towards it. So kuna shida moja ambayo tunayo. That's why unasikia watoi ama mtoi ataki kutoka home na amefika 40 years. Paka buda ama maadhi anakusu ili utoke kwa hawa yake. Hiyo ni reality sahi. But vile amebonga, mnataka kuona uso yangu. Sawa. Vile amebonga poa na amebonga fresh. Ninabonga hivyo kwa sababu Kiswahili ya Sheng lazima ni ino. Mukigoogle kwa simu zenu kwa Kenya, apart from being at Kenya Utalii College, being a senior manager at Kenya Utalii College, I'm also ukigoogle, nimekuwa kwa sports for a very long time. Ukiangalia technical director, team manager Kenya rugby team, sasa mnamuona hapa. Huyu ndiye anawakilisha Kenya out there. So mayouth mi ubonga nao sana. Shida ambayo mayouth akiget tu dondogo sherehe. Akiget tu fame kidogo kwa gazeti madem. Akiget tu kidogo kichwa na pembe imemea. Sasa zile umefall uko down ndio unaanza kukumbuka ati mayouth wamesaulika. Kumekuwa na watu wengine hapa wamekuja wanaitwa Mwalimu Society. Mwalimu Sako. Nataka kuwa recognize kitu ambaye amesema juu ya agriculture. Mimi natoka area inaitwa Kitale. Kitale area ya mine. Kama naelewa Sheng, area mine mabuda mtanisamea kwa sababu hii language lazima uijue ili uweze kuinteract na ma players, ma boys na ma girls. Area mine mayouth anaweza amka saa 12 asubuhi kusimama tu kwa barabara. Yet tuko na mvua, tuko na very good climate, tunaweza lima, unaweza eka kuku, unaweza eka ng'ombe, unaweza fanya anything. Lakini wewe mwenyewe umejifanya a disabled person. Ukiona nimedrive in unasema wale wanavyo, wale wanajiweza. No. Ukieka, for example, ukieka tu kuku 2. Kuku dem na kuku chali. By the time it is 3 months, hebu imagine zile vifaranga itakuwa na kuku moja sahi jogo moja sahi ni 2K. Imagine uko na majogo 20. Imagine ukiwa na kuku kadhaa umeenda umeoffload at just 1500, wacha 2K ama 1200. So hizi ni my idea, nimefurahi huyu youth amebonga. Tusikue ma tradition mabuda sahi unaona sugar sector imefail kwa sababu gani? Nyinyi mnaelewa politics za Kenya. Tuende kwa vitu zenye in a small while unaweza make it as a youth. Ukilima tu sukuma wiki from hapa paka pale. No divide na weke na spinach from hapa mpaka pale. Na waende Kitale town ama Kisumu town ama Kisii town. Utafute tu mama mboga akujenge kuchukua tu hizo mboga zako. What makes you think you cannot make it? From there unaweza grow. Ile do umeget pale unanua mbuzi ya maziwa. Sio mbuzi ya kukula tu kila saa hapa inaharibu alafu no, mbuzi ya maziwa. Ununue ng'ombe moja ya maziwa. Let me tell you, if you open your mind and if you think great about yourself, you can easily make it. Sawa?
Yes.
Asante.
Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi ingine moto. All right. Sasa, those are the conversations we want, intergenerational dialogues. And we listen to you, you listen to us, and you talk to us, the mentorship that we're talking about. But do you think we're getting this mentorship when you're getting into public service, when you're getting that job, Stephanie? Are you getting access to this kind of mentorship?
Thank you very much for the question, Trevor. I think mentorship is one thing that has been lacking when you get into public service. Because for the longest time, the perception of the young people has been biased or skewed, that these young people, they want quick fixes. They want things fast. They think they're better, So kuna hiyo perception yenye the generation that's there, the Gen X already have, and it's hard for us to.
All right, a kind request to the technical team. We have 3 microphones here. We need you to fix them.
Thank you. So I think mentorship is one thing that has been lacking, and I'm glad that we have been talking about it, what structures can be put in place. I love the discussion that happened. We think it was day 1, where Mumbwa was saying, if we can have it as a policy where, say, when you're 55, you have to mentor someone for the 5 years so that they can take your place, so they can know, they have that institutional knowledge, know how to go about things. I think that is very important, and that is why the young people feel left out and not heard. What he was saying, you go into a room and unaongeleshwa vibaya venye wanataka just because of the perception. So I think we need to stop the fight. It's not the Gen Z versus the older generation. It's us working together for a common good so that we grow together for the good of our own country. Yes, thank you, Trevor.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Allow me to use this microphone to hear to a gentleman here. Do you think we're getting this access to this mentorship early enough? Stand up, tell us your name and your organization.
Thank you so much. My name is Eric Mao. I come from Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. They said I mentioned. Okay, so I'm the principal finance analyst at NIFCA. I hold a master degree in mathematics from Strathmore University. I'm also associate of the IFOA, that is the Institute of Faculty of Actuaries. So I'm an actuary as I stand here. So now, in getting the institutional capacity and looking at future, we are not getting it because there is a break somewhere we left. I want to read something. Yeah. So yesterday, as we are going through what we're discussing today, I came out, I divided into 3 categories. Number 1 is professionalism. Number 2 is duty to clients. Those are the Wanjikus. Then we have duty to employer, who is the public service. And then we have our own recommendation and actions. And then we have conflict of interest. So that is how I was able to divide them. So whatever we are discussing, I was able to divide them in what I've read. Can I go through it? We have professionalism, duties to client, that is the people we are serving. Duties to employer, that is the government and the public service. Our own recommendation and action, and then conflict of interest. Then finally, our own responsibilities that we are supposed to inculcate. My brother here has talked about our own responsibility, both the generations, that we are talking about generation millennials and Gen Zs. So you realize that initially, if I just take you fast forward, in our homes, we used to have the elders, and the elders used to sit with the young generations, right? And every holiday, the children will be taken home. So when you are taken home, you have time to talk to your grandpas and grandmas. Now, there was some wisdom which was being handed from top to down, right? And then us, who now the millennials, we are supposed to do what? To hand that generational wisdom from top to bottom. But however, we calculated something, we brought something like the power of social media. So normally, whatever you want, I'm just able to go to my ChatGPT, whatever, I get it there, right? But we are talking of machine, not the human. So we have left the machine to do the work of human. Number 2, children, us who are never born with phones. children nowadays are born with phones. So when a child is crying, the only thing that will stop that child to cry is a phone. What do they check? You don't even have a parental control, right? So you don't know what you do back end to stop these controls. So the child can go to any other site the way he or she wants, right? So the child will keep quiet by watching those. So these children grew up that way. And then nowadays we talk about AI. We are talking about Gen AI. So there are so many categories up to Gen AI. How many knows of Gen AI? We don't know, right?
Yeah,
but then the
please
Gen
start
Zs know.
summarizing kindly.
Yes, the
Yeah,
Gen Zs
quickly.
know the Gen AI. The duties to Wanjiku, we are talking about professionalism. We are talking about people not involved in abusive languages. How do we bring them here? So you see a Gen Z has come as an intern or as an attachment, and then he sees the older person replying another rudely. So how do we handle that? The duty employer, how do you inculcate this? Do you have organizational structure that can now bring this aspect? Then our own recommendation and actions. When you go to school, what values do you learn? Which people do you associate with? And how are you able to bring this to your work? The conflict of interest, the insubordination that happens in the public service. How do we resolve it? Then our responsibility as a head of a department. So what is your responsibility as head of that particular department? How do you bring the change within? How do you mentor the young people? Those people who are coming and those who are exiting, how do you handle them? So I think that is what I can talk about as per now. Thank you.
Asante sana, thank you. Asante sana. Let's give Erica a warm round of applause. All right, so this is a very meaningful conversation, and you hear about insubordination. Shortly after this team, I'm asking the last round of questions. I want to also get volunteers, start preparing yourself also from our seniors to also join the panel here. I'll give you a chance. I want you to tell me if you were to shadow anyone in public service or a great leader you think of right now, tell me who would it be and why? Let's start here, then we can finish. Oh, okay. It looks like you're in a hurry.
Okay, thank you.
Make it very brief, please. Who would you shadow and why?
To me, I'll shadow Pierre Lumumba. I don't know if a very common person. The reason being is how he tried to educate the state and even approve that he's doing. And for example, actually, there is a say that says, a mind once enlightened with a new idea can't be back to the original state. Like, the reason why I'm basing on him is the stability and firmness. For example, like, that stability and strongness and courageously advising people, like going direct to the point. For example, like when there is a question that you asked something to change. For example, to me, I'll have to change something like improve on accountability. For example, on Monday, there is I saw a story somewhere about Auditor General when she said that there is an amount of money, actually 2.97, distributed by the National Treasury at the end of 2017 concerning the bond. But you found that only 2.67 were given. And she said 300 billion was unable to be traced. But after there is no follow-up on that. What about what can it show? That's what I mean, that it's about accountable. But now, when you see a problem, can you do? For example, to me, I'm in leadership. I may not be a good one, but sometimes I normally try to a little bit harsh juu hii leadership sipendi, but mkinieka hapo na kwanga harsh kidogo. There is mismanagement of some few funds in my executive. Niliambia my chair before we continue with the other meetings, I expect that the next meeting inafaa ikuje mkinieleza penye hizo pesa zilienda. Unfortunately, the next meeting we had, they told me that transparency, that's what I normally like. Same to high school. Same thing happened. And something that I can advise the country is to prioritize on private sector. The reason why I'm saying so, private sector, every minute count, every coin count. For example, I tried to visit Kwetu Sacco.
Yeah, please, very quickly, I want to cut you short, please. Thank you so much. An emphasis on accountability and transparency. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Asante sana. We'll get another chance. Thank you so much. Beginning here, who is the leader you admire, and if you are to shadow him, why?
Thank you very much, Trevor. I'll be very brief. For me, it is Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, who was just here yesterday. I'm seeing some people agree with me already. I think it's for the very reason of the values he embodies. He is a man of integrity. He is solution-oriented, as he said. You know, if there's a problem, what change are you bringing? And he's a person who believes in bringing others up. So he has mentored many, and he has a passion for the young people as well. Thank you, Chef.
Thank you so much. Stephanie Ayeta from the KBC, thank you. Mr. Juma?
My role model is actually Honorable Edwin Sifuna. I like how resilient he is, how bold he is. No matter what, atasimama aseme, this is what I believe in and this is what should be done. Hata time aliambiwa atafurushwa out of ODM, he still stood strong, firm, na akasema, this is what we believe in. That is one of the greatest person, and I think the future holds great things for the great mind.
Asante sana. Tell us your name and institution. You've said many important points, so just tell us your name and your institution. Thank you so much, Mr. Juma.
Thank you. Anyanga Victor, Machakos University, Economics and Finance.
Asante sana, Victor. Let's hear from Madam Principal. Who is the leader you admire and why?
Okay, I think I admire my Vice Chancellor, Agalo Joyce, from Machakos University. Actually, that woman is a woman of valor and a woman of value who always listen to young ones. As in, she's always there to listen to young people. Si mtu ambaye anachukua vijana ambao atiaski vijana, hapana. For example, we are here because she listens to us. And when I had another person, is the late Honorable Daniel Arap Moi. He was leading people with peace and harmony.
Aya, tusikize Madam Principal. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
And I think even though he was not there during his reign, I think he emphasized on peace to all the people. Ebusa iangalia, we have a lot of leaders whereby when there is a fight, awashughuliki.
Okay, order please. Thank you. We'll have these conversations over tea. Thank you. Let's finish this. Let's listen to her as she makes her final remarks. Carry on.
Yes, I have seen some leaders whereby they cause chaos, and when the people start fighting, they run away. Wanasema sisi tunaenda kushughulika huko mbele. And I remember during the time of Rayo, ulikuwa naona sisi wananchi tuna fight, lakini wao wenyewe wanaenda huko wanasalimiana. So kinataka kuacha nayo nikimalizia, I want to give you 5 J's in life. We as people, we are supposed to maintain those 5 J. Na J ya kwanza ni jijue. Jijue we ni nani. Ukishajijua, jieleze. Unaweza ukakuwa unajijua na uwezi ukajieleza. Ukishajieleza, jitambue. We are here, tunajijua, tunajieleza, lakini hatuwezi tukajitambua. Jitambue ni nani. Je ingine, Jifanye nini? Uche niangalie hapa. Jiamini. Jia tano ni jiamini. Unaweza ukakuwa unajieleza, unajijua, unajielewa, unajieleza lakini ujiamini. We jiamini tu kwa maisha. Jia ya mwisho jitume. Jitume kabisa.
Aha, asante sana Madam Principal.
Before nimalizia asante ya mwisho, nataka kuadi kwa kitu ya sisa amesema hapa. We are here youth, tunasema tunataka job. Nikisema kwa hiyo point ya kujituma, wengine tujui tunajituma aje. For example, you are here, you want to be a teacher. Unataka kuenda shule fulani, for example, those who are going for TP session. Unataka kuanzia kwa principal, hata hujapitia kwa DOS. Hiyo ni kujituma in a negative way. Unajua tu wakapi hivyo chini watasema huyu msee amekuja na ameanzia principal, if tukimwandika hapa hivi hata kuwa anatusikiliza. So jitume, ujiamini, ujitambue na ujiamini na kila kitu itakuwa sawa.
Asante sana. Tuambie jina lako tena. Just a moment. Tell us your name and the organization you represent. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Maggie Elizabeth from Machakos University.
Asante sana Maggie
Taking
Elizabeth.
education as my course.
Thank you so much. Maggie Elizabeth aka Madam Principal. Tumpigie makofi. All right.
Yes, good morning again. My name is Tim. I am representing comrades from the University of Nairobi. Yes. So, if I would admire a leader, someone who's at least would change the nation, we have some guy known as Dr. Raymond Omolo. I admire this particular person in a way that he practices his professionalism. I see this because to coordinate a national government, we need some sorts of transparency. As however much you would think that we need to change the public system or the public service, and ourselves we need to be transparent. Being transparent from our point of perspective means we represent ourselves in highest form of integrity. We are consistent, we understand our communications, and again, we are fair in the decisions that we make. In this particular way, we can create a stewardship of levels of leadership that can transform lives.
Asante.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, team from UON. Let's give him a warm round of applause. All right, thank you so much. And I thank you all for coming here and speaking to us. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Tupige makofi wa kiketi. All right, I also want volunteers from our seniors to also take the seats here to engage in 2 questions and then we can break. I have 15 minutes for that session. Let's have volunteers. Meskia tujitume. Haya tujitume. I want to hear, do you think there are mistakes you've made, or for example, what do you think are some of the mentorships that the youth are not having for us? Bwana Wangila, I thought you'd be the first one here. The audience loved you. Please come here, and then we can get more volunteers. I also want to hear from the ladies themselves as well. Let's join us. If you're not a Gen Z, join us here. And shout out to the following people who have been mentioned here as the great people and great leaders here. Mr. PLO Lumumba. Dr. PLO Lumumba, I'll give you a short story. I didn't meet, I was in Accra just yesterday, and Professor Dr. PLO Lumumba was one of the people in a very big billboard at the Capitol Center. He's in one of the billboards as one of the speakers of a conference upcoming in Accra, Ghana. And I realized, kumbe, these people are known outside here and well appreciated as Pan-Africanists, but we don't really listen to them here. I don't know how comes we don't recognize them and give them, the right, I don't know, do we not respect them as much as they gain respect outside here? Another person was Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga actually was one of the first people to confirm attendance for the Intergenerational Dialogue Conference way back in October, just before his passing. And we greatly miss him. May he continue resting well. So he's also such a well-respected leader outside there that even people ask you, you're from where Raila Odinga is from? And you realize the kind of influence that they have outside here. But unfortunately, the politics within this country have not allowed us to appreciate them enough. We want the most vocal ones, the roughest one, the ones that can, throw who can respond to jibs here and there. But it's very important to see that you guys recognize them. So Dr. PLO Lumumba, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, Edwin Sifuna, Agalo Joyce from Machakos University, and PS Raymond Omolo. Hao wote wapigiwe makofi. All right, thank you so much. We've had a panel of the youth here. As I give you this chance, there are microphones there. We'll begin from the farthest there. You'll tell us your name and then you'll respond to my question. My question is this: how has your view of leadership in public service changed over time? You've been in public service, tell us for how long, and how has your view changed over time?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Professor Kennedy Ocharu. I teach in the University of Embu. I am an economist, currently the Dean School of Business and Economics. I joined the, I'll call it the civil service, not the main civil service, but the Teachers Service Commission somewhere back in 1990. I moved from there to the Teachers Service Commission Secretariat as a staffing officer before eventually joining the university, Kenyatta University, and later the University of Embu. You asked how the civil service has evolved over time. I'll say one thing. During our time, we were not, I know a number of us don't have jobs now, but I'll say during our time, the jobs were there. I remember when I finished A-levels in 1985, in January 1986, I was teaching as an untrained teacher with even a TSC number. January. When we were doing our last paper in semester 2, we had posting letters from the Teachers Service Commission with the Dean of Students. So I never looked for a job. I got a job posted to Northwest Karachuonyo, Homa Bay County, a school called Kanyamfua. For those who come from there, they know it's the same arid region. Of course, it was. I come from the Kisii Highlands, where it rains throughout the year, but that part is the leeward side of that region. So it doesn't rain. That's when I started to know how to eat fish, different types, from omena to ngege to the Nile perch. So what are we saying? Over time, and then we will say maybe primary was less, but accessing the civil service currently is a big issue in the sense that there are fewer jobs than the number of the graduates that we are churning out of the university. So what do we say? It means then, like we said, we need to also propose a solution. We don't just say there are no jobs. What we are saying here is the civil service can recruit, yes, but they cannot absorb all of us. So what do? We need to look at the private sector. And that tells you that we need to ensure that the private sector is growing, the government, and remember yesterday, our problem is actually political. So then it means we need to look at the politics so that we are able to put up policies that are enabling or an enabling environment for the private sector to be able to thrive so that we can be able to create these new jobs And then we also need to have this dialogue that we change the mentality of the youth, that the jobs are not only found in the government, but they are found elsewhere, that how do I become a job creator? Then it means even in where this never used to be there.
Yeah.
Performance targeting has come in during Mwai Kibaki's time. Thank
Asante
you.
sana. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Asante sana. Let's give him a warm round of applause. All right, as you introduce yourself, I'm changing the question now. It has evolved the most over time, over the decades. What change stands out to you the most? Start by telling us your name.
Good morning. My name is Tabitha Karanu. I'm a regional integration officer. I work for the State Department for East African Community, and I'm doing my 16th year in service. And I think what has stood out to me over time since I joined the service is there's been a lot of improvement, especially in terms of the integration of technology. Because I remember back then when I joined the service, it didn't look very appealing to me. If you told me that I'd still be in service until today, I think I'd look at you and think that you are joking, because there was nothing so much appealing about it. Because just before I joined service, I used to work in the private sector, and being a young person then, when I joined service, there was a lot of culture change. So I had to be in a place where now I had to adapt to the new system. And because I remember even from simple things like pay slips, they used to be printed. And I remember, because I remember my first posting, then I was posted in the county. So I remember even we used, the office that I was deployed, there was only just the computer was only for the secretary, and for internet we used to have a modem, which it was, for me it was something which was so hard for me to deal with then, having come from the private sector. But looking at the way things have changed right now, we have services, now we have things like Huduma Center, where then, because I remember when I was applying for my ID, we would go to the county offices, you're mishandled, and over time things have changed. We have things like, we have Hudumas, where you don't have to do a lot of queuing, you don't have to go through a lot of hassle. So as much as we have not yet gotten there, I can say government is a work in process. And I believe as much as it may not be 100%, but over time I have seen the changes. Like the integration of technology for me has been it, and I believe now that we want to make this public service appealing and to bring in the Gen Zs, and I hope that as much as my colleague here has said that there are not much opportunities for everybody, but those of us who will be fortunate enough to join the service, that we will be able to come and bring those fresh ideas, integrate, because of those of us who are there already, we are willing to learn from you, listen to you, so that we can be able now to bring in whatever is not there in service right now, especially in terms of technology with the age of AI, we'll be able to integrate that and to make the service better. So I can just say it is a work in progress.
Yes.
And I will encourage you to, if you get that opportunity to join the service, please do. For me, I remember I had a boss who really encouraged me, and he made me to be what I am today. Because I remember that there's a time I was engaged in an activity where we were doing for promotion, and I remember him
briefly, please. Briefly,
sorry, let me just wind up. Him telling me that we first start with the older generation who are about to exit the service, so that when they are going home, they are encouraged, and also their retirement package is better. But it didn't make sense to me. But with what I have learned over time is that good things take time. So don't be discouraged. I would encourage you, if you get an opportunity, go ahead and go for it. Thank you.
Asante sana Tabitha. Thank you so much. 16 years in public service. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Wangila, you've been in public service as well for a while, and you see the issues that keep popping out are of mentorship. When we went out in the streets last year, and I'm sure some of us here participated in the protest, was about accountability. The leaders seem to have ideas. Listening to you guys speak here and all the conversations going here, you hear a lot of brilliant ideas. What happens when people get into leadership? Do the ideas evaporate? What happens? I mean, how many people have we ourselves here who are in senior leadership roles mentored? How many of us are approachable by the youth? What's the disconnect, and how can it be resolved?
Asante. Tena ningelipenda kusema hamjambo. Ama ni chai tumengojea. Hamjambo? That's a good question. Thank you. I'm an information scientist by profession. It has taken me a lot of years to get to where I am. When you talk about accountability, if there's a guy who can talk about unfairness, it's me. Most bosses, and I talk to the youth with a lot of authority in the experiences I've had for the past 22, 23 years as a proud Kenyan civil servant. I never gave up. Your promotion file reaches somebody's desk, suddenly it disappears. Now, if you are not strong-willed, what I'll tell you guys as young people, kuna vitu saa ingine zikitendeka, go back to God and ask him a few questions and have a conversation with God. Your time and time changes. With time, things changed. And as my colleague here said, true to the word, civil service is changing. It has improved. And as things improved, I got my chance to go for further studies. The guys who were frustrating me, one morning, one day, when somebody came in an interview room, I was now in charge. Can you imagine that? Patience. You must have the will to be patient. On the question of accountability.
Yes, very briefly.
There's one thing that we are not addressing here, and I'm not hearing it coming out very clearly. Corruption in the public sector. That is what is killing the issue of no jobs availability. Let us not shy away from it. You are in a position to help somebody, but that file has to come with some weight. Accountability is something that the civil service, the public sector has got to greatly address. Because if our youth are to benefit from the fruits of what we are having as parents and as mentors, we've got to address corruption as a non-tolerable snake that is eating our homes, our society, our workplace, and everything. If we are not going to address fairly and honestly and truthfully corruption, let us not talk about accountability.
We call it corruption.
Let us call it corruption.
All right.
Because that is one devil that has made sure that our youth are not getting proper mentorship. Because you can imagine a young person getting into the civil service, and you are a senior and is being inducted on kitu kidogo. And he has 20 to 30 years to work in that maybe ministry. How do you expect that ministry to be if you are supposed to guide this young man or this young lady into transparency, honesty, integrity, and ethical values. We are our own enemy as senior government officers who are encouraging corruption within the system. We need to kill one thing, corruption. And this is what you heard the youth talking last year. Accountability, whereby corruption, whereby you can have hope. You can actually apply a job and get response and get it. I am one person who applied for my current position. When I appeared on the interview panel, the guys next to me, one guy told me the guy on top, the CEO, is his relative. I've traveled all the way from Mombasa because I used to work in Mombasa. I've come to Nairobi. So jamaa ananiambia, buda, huyu jamaa ni chali ya mine. In fact ni uncle. So that interview, you think I had hope? But alivyoingia kwa interview room, alimaliza kama dakika 5-6. Akatoka. We had about 8 other guys. Let me tell you, mwanaume mbukusu alijikaza pale, akakaa, akaingia hiyo interview room. Nikafesi wanaume na wamama wengine walikuwa wamekaa hapo. Nilijiamini, sikujua mtu na sikukuwa na Godfather. Jana tukiongea neno kuwa, do you need to know somebody to get something? I can tell you there's a way God talks. And if you listen to the voice of God, atakujibu. Nilivomaliza hiyo interview because I finished 1 hour in that interview room, arguing and disagreeing with those guys. One morning when I was in Mombasa, the current place was where I was working in Mombasa was Mombasa Polytechnic, which is now Technical University of Mombasa. I received a brown letter calling me to my current position. Not position, employment.
All right.
But I will tell you, accountability and corruption are 2 things that we need to address. But there's great improvement in the public sector. Sai kuna mtu anataka atoke Standard Chartered ama atoke organization oil refinery ya private sector aingie public service. Wacha niwaambie, job security is in the public service.
Mr. Wangila,
thank you.
Asanteni. Asante. All right. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Let's give him another warm round of applause. All right, you'll introduce yourself and tell us, the youth, we're known as disruptive. When we get into these offices, as a young person, you've gotten a job, they think you're coming to throw them out. What is one thing that you think, for example, they can learn from the youth?
All protocols observed. My name is...
we can hear you. Just make it louder.
All right, my name is Engineer Lucia Ipur. I'm from Kerio Valley Development Authority. I'm from the great county of Turkana. I am the regional coordinating manager for Turkana region. In relation to the question that you've asked, I agree that, youths can be disruptive, probably, but we are just bringing their new energy, we are bringing grit, we are bringing assertiveness, and we are bringing new energy into platforms. Before joining Kerio Valley Development Authority, I was working with the NGO sector, and trust you me, transitioning from non-governmental organization, especially having been to a senior position again in government is a roller coaster, because there are systems which are there. And yesterday, I think the first day, we were also told that systems don't change. So I don't know whether we have to adjust or what do we do? Because there is a lot of transitioning, both in the public sector, in the private sector. But the bottom line is we have to make things work. As a youth working in a workplace that is multifaceted in terms of the generations working there. I am appreciative of the fact that in the platform I work in, there is receptiveness and there is that adoption of new energy. And this is something that we need to appreciate, that our country is growing, and we can see that also from our current, the current government. We can see from the role the youths are playing. And I think gratefully we have to thank the Gen Z movement, especially from the last year actions that resulted to most of the reforms. So maybe more power to the youths, and let us continue being assertive and aggressive. That is what has made most of us be here. And just summing up, let us use the digital era prudently. Let us market ourselves. Let us be assertive. I think for all the jobs that I have worked in, or for all the positions I've got, most of them were through the social media. Let us be positive. Let us share our stories. Let us be aggressive. Let us be assertive.
Thank you.
Let us use social media wisely.
Thank you, Engineer. Asante sana. All right, to you, sir, what do you think the young people misunderstand about that, the senior leadership? What is one thing that the youth misunderstand about you guys? Very briefly, start by telling us your name and your organization, and then we'll wrap it up.
I'm Jambo. Majina Richard Imetur, Kenya Academy of Sports. Misunderstanding between the youths and the seniors. I think these generations have grown up differently in different environments. And yesterday, I think there was a case study explained here that when the older generation was growing up, there were systems, there were structures. People used to obey hierarchy, order was there. Mama jirani angekupiga na kupeleka kwenye bado unaongezewa kiboko ingine. But look at the current generation. They have grown up in a different environment, different exposure. So I think the values have changed over time. Even one of them was saying yesterday here, they don't value working up to retirement. Yo Mbambi alikuwa anasema hivyo. For them, what matters is, do they love what they do? So you see now, you are in the office. One category is there to work up to retirement. That is their focus. Anataka kukaa mpaka retirement. Ako secure vile Wangila amesema. Mwingine anataka kuenjoy kazi yake, sio kufanya kazi mpaka retirement. So the guy who's there to work for retirement, ana shida akikuja Monday mpaka Friday akifanya nothing. Ataka tu kwa ofisi bora yako na kazi. Now the young generation is coming asking, okay guys, I can't just sit in this office from morning to evening just taking tea and reading a newspaper. You see, the expectations are differing. So I think that's one thing we need to address. There's that gap, what they expect and what we expect.
All right.
And I think the onus is on us who are senior to try to understand them, to try to reach out to them. You know, when you come at a tongue lashing and unakuwa mkali, uko na power, uko na authority, that does not work with this generation. You have to reach out to them and talk to them. You see, we try to be tough on them. They ended up on the streets. And we realize we are losing our country. So I think...
So what inspires you about leadership, especially for youth roles? Now, that is the last question, and then we can go and wrap it up.
For me, thank you for that question, because it's something I've been pondering lately. Singapore and Kenya, they tell us, I was not born then. In 1963, those who were there, wanasema Kenya ilikuwa better kuliko Singapore. Today, Singapore cannot compare with Kenya. It's a first world economy. I don't know which economy we are. What happened? It is about the quality of leadership that was there in place. It has put Singapore where it is and has put Kenya where it is. Let us not mince words. It's the quality of our leadership. And unless we change that, so I'm using that to answer your question. I think tukipatiwa nafasi ya uongozi, mfano wako matters. Your example matters. The founding father of Singapore, I follow him, Lee Huyang. His motto was, I lead by example. He had to sack one of his closest ministers then, because he was involved in a scandal. He led by fighting corruption in his own cabinet and making sure that Singapore was corruption free up to today. So I think all of us who have a leadership responsibility wherever you are, lead by example. These young people are very bright. They can see what Imetura, I'm called Imetura at work. That's the name they used to call me. They like calling me. They can see who Imetura really is. I cannot tell them, go right, and I'm going left. So I think personal example, because of time, matters.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Your name again, please, as we conclude. Your name, you said your name?
Imetur Richard from the Kenya Academy of Sports.
Richard, asante sana. Let's go back to engineer. What inspires you about the leadership by the young people?
What inspires me on young people's leadership is the fact that they don't give up, or rather we don't give up. The only problem is that there is a misunderstanding that we are impatient, or rather we are very, how can I put it? We are impatient and we are so entitled. That is actually not the case. I think the entitlement bit comes from how we express ourselves. So let us be flexible, especially the seniors in the public sector, or rather in the civil service. So let us be flexible to adopt to the intergenerations that we are working in. Thank you.
Asante sana, engineer. Just say your organization again.
I work with Kerio Valley Development Authority. It is under the Ministry of EAC, ASAL, and Regional Development.
Thank you so much, engineer. Mr. Wangila, the same question. What inspires you about the young people? Do you think they have the potential to lead the country in your perspective?
Asante. I'm one proud Kenyan for our youth. Gen Z, hakuna watu wa haki kama Gen Z ya Kenya. Gen Z ya Kenya has been an example, not only in Africa, in the world. Kenyans are innovative. Kenyans want truth. Kenyans want a better Kenya. We want this country to be the greatest country, and to get, like what he has said, to be where Singapore is. My advice, vile tuko hapa na hii platform nimepewa, let us introduce a law. If a public officer is caught with corruption cases, let us have a law whereby there will be public flogging of that public officer Nyayo Stadium. Ndio hii ushenzi na ujinga ya kila kitu asubuhi tunaamka. You are a grown up, you wake up every morning to go and receive bribes. Imagine your dad or mom, every morning you wake up to go and receive bribes. How do you sleep in the evening? How is your consciousness? We must kill corruption. Asante.
Asante sana, Mr. Wangila. Just say your name again now and your organization.
Leonard Simiu Wangila. Thank you.
Kutoka wapi?
From Kitale.
Institution.
Kenya. Proudly the prestigious Kenya Utalii College. Asante.
Asante sana, asante. Tabitha, what inspires you about the youth leadership? Do you think we have the potential?
What inspires me about the youth is the resilience. And just because resilience and the open mind, I really admire that about the young people, because I know it's not easy having graduated, sacrificing so much to go through school and not being able even to secure a job either in the private or the public sector. And also, when we talk about even having maybe opening a business or just a small startup, you cannot start something if you don't even have a little source of income. So, but the resilience that you have, I would say that is really good, and I would encourage you that just don't give up. And the other thing, it's about intentionality. Like, I love the way Gen Zs are so intentional about what they do. So continue with that spirit. Be intentional in everything you do, as my colleague says, there's God in heaven. He sees everything. And for me, what has made me to be where I am right now, because it's not been easy, it's been a rough road, but just being intentional and like the way Dr. Ezekiel said, do your best so that in spaces where you cannot be able to speak up for yourself, someone will mention you and your name will pop up, and for that you can end up being in a very good position. So that is my encouragement. Yeah.
Thank you, Tabitha. Your name and institution?
Name Tabitha Carano. I'm a regional integration officer working for the State Department for African Community. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mr. Chalo, you get the last word. Tell us, you've been in public service for how long now? Did you
At least 3 decades.
All right. What
Yes.
keeps you going? You've mentioned that it has a future and everyone wants to come now to join the public service. What keeps you going? The last word, make it very short.
What kept me going is the resilience. That there's somewhere I wanted to go. When I joined, maybe one day, I'll say one thing. One day, I said I wanted to be a professor because there are people I admired, and may his soul rest in peace. There's a Professor Sifuna, who was the professor of education, Educational Foundations University of American Kenyatta University. There was Professor Tiende. These are the guys I admired. And they said one day I'll be a professor. And here I am.
Wonderful. All the best.
So then, what do I tell the youth? I admire you. I admire your resiliency. I admire your disruptiveness. The way you've disrupted the system. I admire that. But the one thing, like I want to agree with yesterday's people talked to us like Mutua. Let's not whine inside here. Let's not, can we go out? We saw where the problem is. Can we go out and do it? Let's not just talk. I give you an example yesterday. I realized some polling stations, you find people voted were only 11, a total of 11 in a polling station. And I was asking myself, where were these youth who disrupted this system sometime last year? Where are these youth? They were blogging. They were putting in media. So and so is by this number of points ahead, this votes ahead. But then the question is, did they vote? Guys, muko na kura kweli?
All right.
Bas, enda piga kura, rudi nyumbani, answer blogging. But not blogging, counting other people's votes. Why is Singapore ahead? Why are they ahead of us? We were the same level. Leadership. Nothing else. Leadership. So if we want to move ahead, this leadership must change with you.
All right.
Millennials, Genesis, we depend on you. Our time is coming to an end. But one thing again as I finish, they say, in the Bible it says, God made us in his own
image.
We are God's image. And therefore, we are as good as God. So don't just sit down and say, God will do it, and you pray. Go out there, do what you think God should have said, done. You're saying God is supposed to change, you pray to God to change this leadership. You are the ability, God has given the ability to change the leadership. You are saying, God, please help me do this. Go ahead and do it as if you are the God that is doing it.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Go do it. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they take their seats. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much indeed. This is such a powerful, brilliant panel. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, Mr. Wangila. Thank you, Tabitha. Thank you, engineer. And thank you, Mr. Chalo. We appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Let's give them another warm round of applause. All right, we're due for a fast break. We're taking a short break now for tea. And the QR code you see here is a policy input questionnaire. Please scan the QR code and help us fill that for collection of feedback. We're going for a short health break. And once we come back, please, I request that we occupy the front seats. The people sitting right behind there on the last rows and columns, please, we kindly request that once we resume, please come closer, come closer. We have a lot of media here today, and we don't want this kind of pictures with spaces in the middle. Let's be responsible, accountable, presentable, beautiful, good leaders. Asanteni sana. We're taking a short break. Once we come back, we'll have a different, where we have our guests who are already here with us. They'll be joining us immediately during this break. For now, let's take that tea break.
Isagala vuga, isagala vuga, isagala vuga, isagala vuga, isagala vuga. Someone so mad, says it too.
Enjoy the ambience.
This got my body. One year for me. Don't start waste, no the lockdown follow. One year for me. Body soft, you dey melt my brain. I'm a piano bounce, they run your brain. Touch your waist, make the fire rain. Every move clean, like designer chain. Step to the side, make the place go wild. Sexy energy, they drive me mad. Soft, sweet groove, with nobody feel high. Tonight we go vibe to the morning light. Spin it low, make the bassline speak. Lockdown knock, they shake your feet. Give me reading where they hit so sweet. You be the reason why my heart they beat. Slide to the groove, no they found too tough. Do them again, make the crowd stand up. Every little motion, baby, too much sauce. Tonight, not tonight, we go turn things up. One day for me. One day for me. Slow and sweet, it is cut on my body. One day for me.
All right, asanteni sana for keeping time. Thank you so much. Let's settle down. Please, if you're at the far back, please come closer here. Please do come closer. I also am very uncomfortable with the idea of you sitting as colleagues. Someone once told us it's called corporate incest. You shouldn't sit as colleagues together.
Sexy energy, they drive me mad. Soft and groove, when nobody feel high. Tonight we go vibe to the morning light. Spin it low, make the bassline speak. Up drum knock, you they shake your feet. Give me rhythm where they hit so sweet. You be the reason why my heart they beat. Slide to the groove, no they form too tough. Do them again, make the crowd stand up. Every little motion, baby, too much sauce. Tonight, not tonight.
All right, wale tuko kule nyuma tusonge mbele kidogo. All right, let's settle down, please, as we begin the next session. This is the second and the last session. We're closing this in just a moment. Let's move closer, please. Nawaomba tafadhali. The seats look very nice on you. Please, let's move closer. There are empty seats around here. Tafadhali tu. Tusonge mbele. Hi. Tusonge mbele tu. There are spaces here, and especially the middle row. There is a lot of space here. Let's move closer.
Too sweet, nobody fit match. Tonight, not the night, we go lock this batch.
They'll figure out.
Dog drum heavy, they shake the block. Your waistline blessed, no be small shock. Every man weak when you enter the spot. Do I'm again, get your vibe too clean. Sexy and smooth like figure 18. Motion divine, you they glow like sheen. This your body, not a real machine. One of that body, girl, one of that body. One of that body, girl, one of that body.
All right, let's move closer. This is the last and the final session of the 3-day Intergenerational Dialogue Conference. We've had very good deliberations. And as we bring this to a close, we want to end it with a lot of power and on a high note. Mko sure hii ni kusonga mbele? Kuna viti. And at least one of the main reasons why I made the panelists who are sitting here to introduce themselves and their respective organizations. Can we have the music reduced, please? DJ tupunguzia muziki tafadhali. One of the reasons why we had all of us introduce ourselves properly with the right titles was to have us know each other. Ukisikia mwalimu from Machakos University, will get their contact if you aspire to be one. If you hear a senior scientist at the Utalii College, you also get in touch with him, because you never know, doors will open here for some of us. I read the list here, and others are interns working. They are interns but got the opportunity to be here. So utilize that opportunity to scale yourself career-wise. So we want to begin this session now. And yeah. All right, so we're waiting for Professor Noura Mohamed and the CEO for National Youth Council, Gloria Wawira, to join us. They are currently doing a media interview outside here with KTN and KBC. We'll have them join us shortly. And it's been a good 3 days of deliberations and conversations here, and I'm sure that we've gained good knowledge on many things, from learning from within ourselves, our peers, and also our senior level managers. And if there are very good takeaways here, is that you listen to them and hear that in as much as we say there are no jobs, back then there used to be jobs for the youth, but now they're struggling to get those jobs. And for you guys who have been privileged enough to have these opportunities, it's a time to utilize them. DJ, we salute you and appreciate you for what you've been doing over the last 3 days. Tumpigie makofi. All right. So, like I mentioned, it's a good thing once you get an opportunity as a youth person to utilize that opportunity to scale yourself and to prove that indeed you can do it as a person, and for you to be able to stand out in public service. I got some recaps here, I was following here, and over the past 2 days, of course, we've had deep and honest conversations and insightful and provocative conversations about the kind of public service that we want. And of course, some of the issues here that have been highlighted include the review of policy, policy review to ensure that the youth are given a chance. There are many things that we wish to have had, but maybe we'll have them next time. There are a lot of other expectations that also the youth have had here, like you mentioned, that we probably were not able to address. We are having a QR code on the screen that will be beamed here. I'm trying to look for it, but once we get it, then we can be able to collect feedback from it. I get the technical team to fix that. All right. As the media team, conduct an interview there with, have the interview with the Director General there and the other dignitaries around. We understand that the head of public service is currently in Mau Summit. He was to join us after Mau Summit, but we're not going to wait for him. We talked about accountability in public service, so we'll conclude and we'll tell him that we finished. I'm amazed that none of us here mentioned William Ruto as one of their, leaders they aspire to see, or, and that really talks to us about the kind of responsibility that we have as the youth, and also not just as the youth, but also as Kenyans. Because most of the time when people outside here look at us, the youth, they look at us as, not the youth, but people serving in public service, they look at us as government. When you say, serikali inafaa ifanye hivi, government should do this and this, they're looking at us who are in public service, they consider us the government. So what are you doing as an individual to ensure that you give public service the dignity that it deserves to have? Those are some of the things that we as the youth, while coming in, we should ensure that we also live up to those expectations, because the people outside the public service, who are the majority, about 75% of them, they are our youth. They are our brothers, our sisters, our cousins, our relatives. And those are the people we should make sure that at least the image of public service, when they look at us, they see a good one. All right, so I also want to take this chance to collect feedback from you. Maybe if you feel that there is something you can raise your hand and mention, you're free to do so. We've had many things here mentioned, that leadership is not a title, it's service. The gentleman from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology said here that it is service and responsibility, and it's a chance to practice what we preach. We also had strong calls for the introduction of job shadowing and mentorship, and structured mentorship programs. There's job shadowing, because while thousands of young people are willing to serve, many of them lack the practical know-how and have limited knowledge of how to do it and to get that exposure. So those are the things we've been talking about here. Also had that expertise is domain-based and not age-based. We've had many times that even fools get old. So it doesn't necessarily mean that if you have, you're older, that you're brilliant, but it's domain-based. And in as much as the youth all the time are misunderstood, but it's important that we have such kind of dialogues, that we get to listen to what they also think, the perception they have about us. And it's an intergenerational dialogue conference, not necessarily a youth conference. We also had many other things, that we're not here to compete, but to bring fresh ideas and foster collaboration. That was raised by Joyce yesterday, by Grace yesterday. Where is Grace? Oh, Grace, thank you, Grace. All right, she told us that we're not here to compete, but to bring fresh ideas and foster collaboration, and emphasize on the need for gradual growth in public service, and as young people enter public service. I am curious to know, by the way, what do you guys think about flexibility in working hours? Because if you can complete, there was a study that was done that showed that most of the people, you have completed the day's tasks by 11 a.m. If you entered office at 8 a.m., you've already completed the whole day's assignment by 11 a.m. But because you know, even if you complete early, you can't go anywhere. You have to, you know, to put it into segments, and you finish. So you have to put time for lunch and then waste another 2 hours towards the end waiting for 5 p.m. and another 1 hour for lunch. But if we had policies that would allow us to have flexible working hours, especially as work cultures evolve, I don't know why we had to go back to work physically after COVID. That is something that probably should be fixed. And if there are people to introduce these things, I think it is us, the young people. Let us not go and become the kind of public service that we don't want, the kind that we probably see right now, the crop of leaders that we're seeing in public service that we don't want at all. So we also reflected on statistics that speak to these numbers, that 17.7% of the public service is made of youth, only 17%, and yet we have over 75% of youth in Kenya. And 3% of government employees are under 35 years of age. So how does that get fixed? It was very interesting to learn that actually the retirement age was as a result of the revision of the retirement age was as a result of the World Bank, you know, Kenya asking for loans from the World Bank. I didn't know that before. So I want to open this session, maybe as I walk around and as you raise your hands, to hear what is it that you've learned, or what exactly do you feel that, you know, some of the things that you feel that still need to be fixed, maybe in a second intergenerational dialogue conference or in another session that will come. Please introduce yourself, stand up and introduce yourself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Effie Otieno. Unlike everyone, I'm in the private sector. I work for an organization called BPO Skills Academy. BPO Skills does skills training for people transitioning to the workplace or in the workplace. Our trainings are around communication skills, customer service, self-management, self-awareness, which is a problem that Gen Zs, for lack of a better word, the older generations say we struggle with. So from the private sector, as an observer, my input to the public sector would be these. When it comes to the timing slot, you can only cut your cloth according to your size. That's what Wahenga said, right? You can only cut your cloth according to your size. So ideally, it's a suggestion, because if you speak directly to your boss, or rather to your supervisor, and it's unfortunate, but some of us say we are not morning people, others are morning people. So I am a culprit, I'm not a morning person. But you have to go to work otherwise. You don't have a choice, unless you don't want the work, right? That being said, you can always have a negotiation with, or rather a conversation with whoever it is you're reporting to on your hours of productivity, such that at the end of the day, you ensure you've clocked in. If it's 8 hours you're working, because I know some people even work 10 hours. The number of hours that you're supposed to work at the end of the day should have been met. That would be number one. Another thing that piqued my interest that I'd like to introduce to the public sector is short-term courses. We live in the world of technology and AI. The organization I work for example, we have a 10-week training on AI and IT. This is something that you can self-pace. Everything is on the site. As long as it's done within the duration of 10 weeks, at the end there's a project, and you're given a certificate which is recognized internationally. So this is something that the public sector can adopt, in the sense that if you go through the 10-week training, at the end of the day, that is a qualification to some degree, no? It is. So the short-term courses, even the ones that we provide, because now we say, for the organizations that we work with, as graduates are transitioning to the workplace, they say that train a group of 20 people on self-management, which is rightful, because aside from the degree that you did at the university, you are not taught on emotional awareness. You are not taught on how to interact with the older generation. You are not taught the lingo to speak in the corporate world. Such conversations and such trainings need to happen. They don't even have to be long-term. They are short-term trainings that sharpen you, or rather equip you better to be a better employee. The last one would be the positioning of the public sector in the adoption of technology. Because you remember yesterday, we were saying the government has a lot of red tape. The public service has a lot of red tape. So if the young people, or rather the supervisors, or you guys who are seated here today, champion or give a proposal such that over a certain period of time, mkiendelea kufinya, mkifinya, at one point someone will say, okay, we hear you, person X brought this, person Y brought this, person Z brought this. It could be something that we can adopt then slowly. Just as yesterday they spoke slowly, this is something that can be adopted in the public sector. Once again, my name is Effie Otieno, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Effie Otieno. Maybe you could pass your mic in front. Just, okay, let me get it. All right, before you go, okay, fine. Okay, thank you. All right, quite a number of people with concerns here. I'll get back to you and you as well, sir. But yeah, carry on, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joel. I represent the National Construction Authority. Where do I start? Let me say this, that I look up to the President as a status, not as an individual, because of the responsibility that the presidency holds and the mandate. You know.
All right, please make it louder. We're struggling to hear you.
Louder?
Yeah, louder.
Okay. According to me, the presidency is the epitome of public service delivery. You know, it all starts there, spirals down. And even if we talk about the bottom up, at the end of it all, it will end up with, let's say, funds and resources spiraling, coming down from up, down, you know. When you talk about bottom up, it's a revenue collection from down coming up. If I were to look up to someone, I'd say the presidency, and then what would I do? I'd fund the police. I'd do three things. I'd fund the police. Secondly, I'd fund the police. And thirdly, I'd fund the police. Let's appreciate the work that the security details are doing in Kenya. Please, let's appreciate the work that the security details are doing in Kenya. Help me. We don't appreciate the work that the security details are doing in Kenya. You know, service delivery, it runs across all institutions. And the only reason why we are able to do service delivery is because we are in a secure country, you know. And again, you would note that service delivery is far much more centralized, and the service delivery goes on narrowing as you go further from the capital. You understand? When you go to places that border the country, you find that people who are at the border of the country do not really understand public service or service delivery. And so you find that the effectiveness of the public service is more confined into the capital. Okay? Who here has been to Mandera? Who has been to Mandera? No one. But you understand that Mandera is also a part of Kenya. You know, the Northeastern is a part of Kenya. And if you hear that place, you think of security and what have you. But who would help us to take our public service delivery to places like that? It's the police, it's the security details we have in our country. And, you know, when we talk about policemen, you hear someone say 100 shillings. I mean, it's just 100 shillings. Why would you feel bad for giving a policeman 100 shillings. I'm not a policeman, but I'd give a policeman 100 shillings. You know, it's not corruption. It's just 100 shillings. So I'd fund the police. I'd fund the police. If I were to change anything, I'd fund the police. And I'd fund the police into independence. You know, the police service is an independent institution.
Yes.
I mean,
I agree with you. Make it very short. Start concluding, please.
I had quite a lot to say, and it was more elaborate in my mind. It's all in the mind. Sorry.
Asante sana. Your name
Thank
again?
you.
Are you in police service?
I'm not in the police service,
Uh-huh.
but I'm interested in the police service.
Perfect. They are here. They are here. The National Police Service Commission, who is the employer, is here.
Yeah?
The National Police Service Commission is the employer of police. They are here today.
Yeah, I know Mr. Anthony.
Exactly. Wamekusikia.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sir, your name again, please?
Mr. Joel.
Mr. Asante sana, Joel. And you're so passionate about public service, especially the police and the National Police. Thank you so much, and we applaud them for the work that they do. Let's give him a warm round of applause. All right, thank you so much. There are a lot of interesting conversations going on here. I am coming to all of you here. Allow me to pick a comment from her. Make it very short and brief. And then all right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope it's still morning. I think the question you asked is, what would you like to see in the next intergenerational dialogue? My name is Dr. Marilyn Rono, University of Embu. I would like the next intergenerational dialogue to be a working conference, a working meeting, where we harvest all ideas that has been generated from this and create practical and clear ways in which all these conversations, all these ideas can be actually implemented. I'm not certain whether what we have done today will just be a report that will sit in somewhere, but I'm praying that we can have ways in which we decide mentorship. How do we want it to work? And who are the actors? Who are the people who will actually initiate change? We appreciate that when we want change from the public service, there's somebody who will mention something or a document that will come from a particular office, and it works, because if it comes and it has to be done, it doesn't matter which agency is the lowest, it is implemented. So we want those people who will actually implement things to be present. And let's have clear ways in which all these things will come together, whether it's mentorship, whether it's inclusion, how many young people are actually in a particular office, what do we want to see changed? And what is it that is working, that can work better, and it's working for one institution but not working for another. So we want these conversations. Let's harvest ideas from everybody sitting or whoever will be present in the next meeting. Harvest these ideas, but with clear ways in which it will trickle down from whoever is acting to whoever is implementing and to all agencies, so that we have, we don't leave this place with just a report. Let's leave this place seeing change and seeing what we want changed being implemented. So mine is the next one, let it be a working meeting, a working conference, put us in breakout sessions and give people particular tasks, and let's sort of become a task force that we want to see, that will initiate the change that we hope to see. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that very powerful submission and great suggestion there that we make the next one a working conference. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And today, because I said it will be a very, the next session will be very short and quick, I want us to a little bit, I know there's a lot of feedback that I still need to collect here, and I please request that please utilize the QR code on the screen here. We're recording all this, so write a report, and even the policy shifts that you probably want to have them as recommendations that will be sent to the executive and the relevant offices from the Kenya School of Government. Make sure you utilize this. For now, though, I am coming to all of you. I'm coming to take feedback. Please allow me to please kindly allow the CEO of the National Youth Council, who is here, Madam Gloria Wawira, to kindly make her remarks, and then we can proceed.
Hello. Good morning. Actually, it's afternoon. Forgive me for interrupting the feedback session. How are you guys today? Did you enjoy yourself? I hear yesterday was fire. Did you have a good time? I'm sorry I missed yesterday, but I've heard from the executive committee. I spent about 40 minutes in the morning with them, hearing about all the things you spoke about, including succession planning. I think the recommendation that was specific to me was about placements, National Youth Council advocacy for your placements on boards. Did they report? Ama wamedanganya? They mentioned something about the National Youth Council advocating strongly about placements for young public servants. Let me begin by saying, forgive me for interrupting your feedback session. I have to run. I've been here with you since 9 a.m., but mambo inaanza kugongana, so I need to run. I won't be able to stay for the closing. But I want to appreciate the sessions we've had here. I said I am a member of this cohort, less than this cohort. I'm a young person in public service. I want to begin by reassuring you that I connect very personally and deeply to some of the sentiments that are coming up here, including about succession planning, including about communication, adapting to AI, among others. I think we have started something beautiful here, an opportunity to dialogue, an opportunity to talk to each other. And I'm sure the QR code, when we see the outcome in there, is going to be very interesting. I think the commitment is to echo the sentiments I had the 2 minutes that I was here, is that beyond making the recommendations, we make them tangible and actionable. And the only commitment I want to leave with you is that the National Youth Council is committed to following through and to supporting in that process. We have convened this conference alongside KSG and an Institute of Human Resource Management, and we continue to be committed to continuing this process into the second, the third, the fourth, and as many intergenerational public service conversations as there needs to be had. In conclusion, we maintain an open door policy at the National Youth Council. Please connect with us online at NYC_Youth Voice. Also feel free to pop by. We're at Absa Tower on Loiter Street if you ever you need to, and count on us for support. If you will permit me, my primary constituents, I will leave and I will wish you a fruitful end of conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam CEO.
Bye, guys. All right, asante sana. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate that we have some of us in those leadership positions, and it would be very pleasing if all of them would sit here, the head of public service, the principal secretaries, the cabinet secretaries, they come and listen to us, because most of the time, they never have time listening to our conversations, but we want to appreciate Gloria for sitting here with us since morning, and she has been following our conversations. And we also want to appreciate even all those who are watching us from across different parts of the country, and even those who will watch later at the Intergenerational Dialogue Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I beg your pardon for that small interruption. Now, I understand that we still have a short session, interview session there. All right, so I want to take feedback. I had some hands up. So I had a hand here. I'm coming to you, right? I am coming to you. All right, and make it very loud and clear. If we are struggling to hear, please let us also know so that we are able to correct our microphones.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. Yes, let me stand so that I'm homogeneously conspicuous. I was hoping that the photographer would be here. I'm Onyango Tony Blair from the Technical University of Kenya. I just graduated the other day. So I've been unemployed for the past 3 days. Nevertheless, yeah, so that was an interesting discussion. Bwana Leonard, always interesting to listen to you, and you have given us the intersectionality of politics and public service, and for me it also speaks to what we saw in the by-elections yesterday. that the young people, the only way we are going to influence a lot of policy decisions is if we engage actively in the political spaces of this republic. So it's also a challenge. Let's continue registering. And for those who have registered, please, let's come out to vote. India, let us get into those spaces. Now, also, my other thing which I would love to listen in regards to, as we are coming to the end of this session, is how can young people ensure that we do not confuse tokenism for true representation, so that when we come to such forums, it is not just a question of sitting down, having your photos being taken, but you're not receiving the actual thing which you came here to do. We have had a series of such meetings, but we are not seeing the results of these meetings materialize. For example, if I ask today, how are we going to measure the success of this 3-day event? How many young people are going to come out of this conference and say that through that dialogue I was able maybe to get these 1 or 2 connections, and not to be entitled. We are only saying that even those who are in the state departments, for example, let us have that intention to try at least to take one person in whatever state department you are in, and also to the young people. Ukikuja huku si ati umekaa tu na wale watu ambao unawajua, si ndio? You network, make connections, so that then you are able to see these things materialize. Then lastly, I just wanted to say that I have done electrical engineering at the Technical University of Kenya. So if you are in a state department where I could get some opportunity, please give me a signal. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much. So how are we going to measure the effectiveness of this intergenerational dialogue conference? It's a very interesting question, by the way. I don't know, the Public Service Youth Forum Executive Committee is here, and I'd love to hear also from them at a later time. What do they think, or how do they think we would measure the success of this intergenerational dialogue conference? I continue to pick views on the kind of deliberations that we've had here. Let me hear from you.
My name is Joy Kagwiri Ochieng. I work for the State Department of ASOS and Regional Development. I think the next conference, what I would love to hear is what we are going to do about the main things that we've talked about. We've talked about time, that has come out so clearly. The issue of time, that maybe we need to have less time or something like that. But as we think about it, I would like you to understand that some of the public service issues, the places, you can't just say you can't work from 8 to 5. Because if you are a chief, you are concerned about serving people, and you don't know when they are coming. So how are we going to do this? This is one of the things that would be very good to be part of it. Then mentorship. When we say mentorship at 55 years, that is too late. Because people at 55 years, we are already thinking about what are we going to do after employment. So I really don't have that focus. Let mentorship maybe be put in the PC, our performance contract. Immediately you are 2 years. You can mentor somebody else. Because when somebody comes to work, you already show them the way. So let mentorship start right very early in time. Then AI. There are some, we need to understand where can AI be used to make things better. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Santi Sana. I had the last hand here. Okay, Tony, there's that lady over there. And quickly from the gent in white there. Those are the last I'm taking for now. Please, if I also want to announce that we'll have another short session here. Let me get another gent sitting here with us. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible enough. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Catherine Marwa, working with the State Department of Mining and Blue Economy. Yeah, hiyo jina mrefu. So I'd like to comment on what I'd like to change in the public service. And a lot has been said, and I agree with everybody, but I feel like there are two major things that we're leaving out. In the public service, old and outdated infrastructure. Civil servants are working with are very old. like in a generation whereby we are dealing with an internet that is now, and you expect these people in this era to deliver into the 20s that are outdated or dated back then into the 2007. And you come back in the chairs that the civil servants sit on, they are very old. Am I lying? Where we work directly affects how you're going to deliver your work, right? So if the environment is not right, automatically, and if your sanitation, you're not going to deliver. So we really need to be keen on the environment that we're giving this people to deliver. Lastly, I'm shocked to find that in the public sector, people don't have work emails. We still communicate with our personal emails. Am I lying? Public servants, nadanganya? Yes. So that means the government is risking a lot protection and protecting the inside information. Because the moment I communicate with my partner, the government will become compromised. So we really need to work on the public servants' email and ensure all communication.
Thank you so much. There's a gent there. He's the last one I'm taking feedback from. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me this time. I had a point which was to be directly to someone who has just left, but if there's someone who could have taken the information, then I could have said it up. So, allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Dennis Omondi Patrick. I'm representing Mr. and Ms. Climate Kenya. And I have this question. The public service is a domain that is used lives, if I may be correct. Climate is one of the sectors in the public service that has been dormant when it comes to the impact. Why am I saying this? Youths have come up, don't have the fuel of funds to facilitate this project. So my question is, as the public service and the National Youth Service, how do you come in or chip in, or how are investors going to join hands so that when we come back for the next intergenerational conversation like this, we know that even the climate action was taken part into consideration when it comes to the conversation that we had. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, really, gents and ladies. We appreciate your time. And allow me to close that, to close it at that, the feedback session. We hope to have these conversations and continue talking to one another and to work together. I'll bring in the panel that's here, and to take us through this, I'll invite Mr. Peter Quest to conduct us and carry us to the next session. It's been an honor. We'll interact later. Thank you so much. Back to Mr. Peter Quest. My name is Trevor Ngendo. See you shortly. Karibu sana, Peter.
All right. Thank you so much, Trevor. Trevor works for KBC, and most of you guys have seen him do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very, very important session of our meetings and conference and our dialogue. We want to appreciate all of you guys who have made it from the beginning to the last of this. Before I invite Professor, I would like the two young people here to just have 1 minute of each, just share experience of the 3 days. Then we'll read the communique. Then we welcome the professor to actually run with the session. So we start with the, is the ladies first? Ladies first, yes. All right.
Thank you so much. My name is Stella Njiru from the University of Embu, and an executive committee to the people that organized this conference. Let me start by saying that we have gotten fresh energy and better opportunities. We now know how the public service should work. We have known how to stay in public service and probably even the exit plan for us in public service. And for us as young people, let us seize opportunities that come in public service. Let us have the skills and the values that we will carry along in public service. And I'm looking forward to having more conferences of such a manner. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Sunkuli?
Thank you. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Samuel Sunkuli from the State Department for East Africa Community. I am the Regional Political Integration Officer dealing with peace and security in the EAC. Let me appreciate my panelists in front of me who have volunteered to share the experience in the past 3 days during this conference. The first day actually was a bit very interesting because it was an introduction, an open dialogue between our young people and our seniors during the opening session. Then the organizers of this conference stand a good applause of hands for giving us an opportunity to discuss the affairs of the public service in our country. What I want to say is that we now understand the system of the government, especially in the public service. And I want to urge the young people that one thing you need to be aware is to evaluate yourself and be aggressive. Because I want to agree with the earliest a panelist, a lady who was here, who said you need to send yourself unajituma. Because you need to be aggressive. Because some of us, for us, we never got connections. We sent ourselves, we became very aggressive, and we got jobs because of our character and our individual values. So the system of the government is a very interesting institution to work with because first of all, your job is secured. 2, it's open for public policy and innovative. So the change that we need in the public service is from you as the change makers. What you bring in will have to be adapted, and especially when we are aware that technology is dynamic and never static. So let's encourage one another to join and bring new ideas and deep dive into the new innovative, and let's move forward with the artificial intelligence because very soon that is the world we are going to. And I think for now I'll submit. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Clap for the two of them. Prof, there are areas that were concerned as we prepare for the communique that the young people highlighted for the 3 days that are very critical. I'll just name 5 of them as we proceed. Calls, one was the call for structured mentorship and knowledge transfer within the government. That came out quite strongly across board. And number 2, there was the desire for absorption, retention, and faster career mobility that they felt were very critical as well. 3 was the concern about bureaucracy slowing leadership progress within their systems and organizations. Then, of course, there was the emphasis that technical skills alone are not enough anymore. So there's the need for additional of that. Then, of course, excitement and anxiety on AI and digital governance was very critical, that came out strongly. There was a strong push for mental health and workplace wellness that need to be emphasized moving forward. There was a feeling of frustration with limited involvement in policy design and innovation. Then, of course, onto that, there was a request for more internship internships, entry-level transition, job shadowing, and there's also a feeling that within Kenya School of Government, some of them feel like we need to have reduced, in terms of our curriculums to make sure that they can actually be as low as the entry point to the public sector. So they felt like SMC was a bit higher. They need courses to be as low as possible. Prof, is it possible to just name the organization that way here? Very fast?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. So we want to appreciate the institutions and organizations that participated here. We had close to 50-something ministries, departments, and agencies. If I mention your organizations or your departments, you just stand up. We clap for you only once. Teacher Service Commission. Clap once. Thank you so much. Bandari Academy. All right, clap for them once. Meru University. All right, thank you so much. Embu University. Thank you so much. Turkana University. Thank you so much. State Department of Mining. All right, thank you so much. State Department, University of Nairobi. Thank you so much. Government of Busia, Busia County. Thank you so much. Tarda team, thank you so much. Clap for them. Machakos University. All right, thank you so much. Bomas of Kenya. Thank you so much. And Prof, we realized that each organization was sitting in the same place, so they should have had a way of mingling. And if you see them standing, they're actually standing in the same place. NRC, what does NRC stand for? NRC? Nairobi River Commission, yes. I think that is NRC. Yes. Nairobi Rivers Commission. They're somewhere. ICS. There actually should be the majority. All right, clap for them once. Semastia. Led by, clap for them once. National Treasury. All right, clap for them. County Government of Busia. We have already mentioned that. Masai Mara University. Led by the chairman himself. Clap for them. State Department for Public Investment. Clap for them. Thank you so much for that. Post Bank. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. State Department for Public Works. Thank you so much. Tea Board of Kenya. Thank you so much. Of course, Kenya School of Government. All right, thank you so much for that. Utali College. Thank you so much. The National Youth Council. Clap for them, thank you. National Land Commission. Thank you so much. KEBS. KEBS. They're somewhere, clap for them. KFCB. All right, just rise up. State Department of Roads. Clap for them. There is KVDA. I don't know what that is. All right, thank you so much. State Department of Industry. Thank you so much. Kesreti. Kesretis. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. Southern Eastern University. All right, thank you so much. Immigrations. All right, thank you so much. State of Industry, we have talked about that. Numerical, there's numerical. All right, clap for them. CAJ, CAJ. Thank you so much. BMA. All right, clap for, thank you so much. Media Council of Kenya. They were here, I think, they were the first people to submit their names. Clap for them in absentia. CUSP, for the universities, replacement. All right, clap for them. Mining, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much. State law. All right, clap for them. State Department for Forestry. Thank you so much. KBC. Thank you very much. State Department for Assaults. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. Net Fund. Thank you so much. Aviation. Clap for them. Thank you so much. Masinde Muliro University. Thank you so much. GIS. GIS. All right. NCA, I think we have already mentioned that. NCC. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. And then, but if you don't hear your name, you just stand up, we'll acknowledge you. Defense. All right, led by Mumbua, clap for her. National Police Service. All right, clap for them. UNESCO. All right, thank you so much. Is there any organization, State Department, Ministry that has not been mentioned? Yes, sir.
State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action.
Clap for them. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes. Just stand up wherever we are, we will acknowledge you. Yes. Anti-FGM, clap for them. Yes, sir. Yeah? Net Fund. The National? Youth Fund. Oh, Youth Fund. All right, clap for Youth Fund. Yes, sir. Yeah, is what? Yes.
Nairobi International Financial Center.
NIFCA, but they give you a full name. Clap for him. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. RBA, clap for them. Yes, ma'am. The same organization. Yes, sir.
State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs.
And they keep missing that writing down. I don't know why. Yes, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Clap for him. Yes, ma'am.
State Department for Higher Education.
All right, clap for them. Yes, yes, sir. All right, clap for them. Yes. All right, clap for him. Yes, ma'am. HRM, thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Kenya Accreditation Services, clap for them. Yes, yes. Clap for the State Department for East Africa. East Africa Community. Clap for them. Yes, ma'am. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Kenya Academy of Sports, clap for them. All of you. All right, clap for them. Yes. Lastly, East Africa? Climate change? And all right, clap for them. Prof, we want to take this chance to appreciate your leadership. Is the team ready?
Now we can continue.
We can go to them? Communicate. All right. All right. Prof, thank you so much for the patron and leadership for this initiative for young people in public service. A lot of ministries, agencies, and departments shown great commitment to this, and they have been in this conference from the very beginning to the last. And I must tell you that some of these sessions take us very late in the evening, and they start quite very early in the morning. The young people have expressed their desires and, of course, commitment to this kind of platform. I do believe that this being inaugural, the next intergenerational dialogue will actually attract a bigger room that we need to really work with various departments to make sure that is possible. And because of that, I want to take this chance officially to welcome our Director General, Professor Nura Mohammed, to take up from here. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Peter Quest. Unanisikia? Our chief guest, who is representing Head of Public Service in the Executive Office of the President, Mr. Arthur Osia. Mr. Corredo, representing UN resident representative, young leaders present, esteemed youth representative and emerging leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Is it morning or afternoon? Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Let me, our chief guest, let me take this opportunity first to really appreciate these young leaders. You know, they had a very high level. I think you must have had some of them still making some contribution towards, and the whole agenda, chief guest, is called the public service that we want. Because that is basically what the young leaders are looking forward to. And the suggestion they are making in good faith, so that then we create the public service that we want. And that is basically, for the past 3 days, the reflection that they had, the reflection that we had, and it is therefore then, as we now come to the end of this 3-day reflection that we had and discussion, it is indeed with a very profound pride that I deliver these closing remarks at the end of this 3-day reflection, co-creation between the older generation and the younger generation, where we had a theme called the public service that you want, intergenerational dialogue forum, which is the first intergenerational dialogue for the public sector young leaders, which therefore then from here we will be able to continue with this conversation. Our theme, chief guest, is the future proving public service, harnessing experience and the innovation for the public service sustainability. Was indeed a call to action, and we have collectively honored that bit. Wonderful leaders, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 3 days, we have engaged with a lot of candor, courage, and clarity. The reports we have received, as in some of it was mentioned by Peter Quest, demonstrate that our public service sits at a defining moment, one where the decisions we make now will shape its trajectory for the decades and the years to come. And that is why the reflection is all about the public service that we want, the public service of the future. And as a Kenya School of Government, our chief guest, we are in the process of establishing a center of excellence called Strategic Foresight and the Public Service of the Future, where then we will bring on board these young leaders to craft the public service that we want for the next 30, 40, and 50 years. A central message came through unmistakably, and that is that mentorship can no longer be accidental, it must be intentional, it must be structured, and it must be measurable in the public service. We acknowledge that these young leaders and the young officers that we have need more than technical know-how. They need institutional memory, they need ethical grounding, and they also need a leadership resilience, which they have already mentioned. As Kenya School of Government, our chief guest, therefore, we commit to work closely with all the organizations represented here, including even those who have not been represented here, to establish a structured mentorship and job shadowing architecture that safeguard the institutional memory, while then we accelerate the ethical leadership development across the generation. This forum, our chief guest, amplified the ambition of young leaders in the public service, professionals that then seek the following issues. I think some of it which has already been stated by Mr. Peter Quest. One is a clear pathways from internship to employment. What is then, as you know, exiting or moving from internship to employment? That therefore then is what they reflected on, they discussed, and one of the way forward is that in the public service, we must therefore then create a clear pathways how then we transit from internship to employment. And let me give one advice here, and I think one of the young leaders say this, that whenever we receive interns from the Public Service Commission, or even, from ICT Authority, because sometimes you also receive from ICT Authority, my advice is only one, that make yourself irreplaceable, so that then by the time you are about to finish your internship, you've done so much, you've left so much legacy, that Mohammed, as a Director General of Kenya School of Government, don't want to release you because you've impacted for the period that you've been, with the Kenya School of Government, you've impacted, you've made a difference, you have left a legacy. And therefore then, I don't want to release you because you have something that you can be able to offer. His Excellency President emphasized so much on one thing, that again, nyinyi wa vijana mujitume. Don't wait for the job to be given to you. You must again create that pathway for you to be accepted, for you to be onboarded, for you to be employed. Make yourself, irreplaceable, so that then, as you are about to finish your internship or attachment or contract, then Mohammed will look back and say, no, I'm not about to release this person because of the legacy, because of the impact. And let me proudly say, Chief Guest here, that all our interns, they went through the process, they impacted the process. Either they get a job outside or we retain them here, and quite a number of them. In fact, our interns from Kenya School of Government have really, the employment rate is almost 80 to 90% because of the legacy, impact, and the space that we've given them. And some of them are part of those who are organizing this forum. And let me also add here, Chief Guest, that the people who organize this forum, not me as Director General, I was just providing the leadership, but it is, young leaders, the executive. And before the end of this program, they'll be appropriately and accordingly introduced so that then they be appreciated. The second aspect that this intergenerational forum seek again to achieve is transparent and merit-based mobility in the public service. That is also important. One of the pain points, Chief Guest, raised by these young leaders is the whole aspect of the succession management in the public service. The challenge of succession management is that there's a huge gap between the young leaders and the older generation. The question is, how can you then bridge this gap? It can be through mentorship, it can be through, helping them to grow and then do a catch-up, or through the capacity building and the competency development. But one challenge that we have, and it was mentioned here, is that some of them, the senior management course strategic leadership development program that we have in Kenya School of Government is based on the job group. It's either job group P and above, or for SMC is N and above. And most of them here, they are nowhere near that job group. So the question is, how can we then transit them for them to have equivalent of the SMC or SLDP to get that, leadership competency for them to even lead from where they are. And as a Kenya School of Government, we responded to that call and we developed a program. We call it Young Leadership, Competency, and they're the ones who developed. And we are going to validate the program and bring it to your office of the Executive Office of the President for approval and for it to be implemented in the public service, a leadership program for them specifically, for that bridge, and for them also to take the leadership responsibility. And therefore then, that will facilitate the transparent and merit-based mobility that then will bridge the gap between the older and the younger generation. In any case, the reason why we are having this dialogue is for us then to bring on board the older generation wisdom to meet the younger generational creativity, agility, and the thinking of, again, the recency and the current reflection that we are having. The third aspect that we also discussed here, our chief guest, is a meaningful participation in the policy formulation. I think that is important, because how can we then bring on board these young leaders for them to meaningfully participate, contribute, for them to be appreciated, for them, their contribution to be appreciated, and then taken into account as we now rewrite our policies or then review our policies to realize the public sector transformation. The fourth aspect is institutional flexibility to innovate, especially the artificial intelligence and the digital governance. Our chief guest, as Kenya School of Government, we have established a regional center of competency on digital skilling and artificial intelligence in the public sector up here, third floor, where then these young leaders will be given chance for them to come for the AI, not just come for AI, for them to use that AI in their respective areas of specialization to innovate and bring about the change required in the public service. How can we use AI to improve the service delivery? If you are human resource officers, then we have AI for HR officers. If you are accountant, we have AI for accountant and finance officers. If you are an auditor, we have AI for auditors. The technical skills, we have AI for those technical skills, such as engineering, architect, and so on and so forth. We have all that. So therefore then, when the time is right, then the Lord will make it happen for you and you'll be able to come for those programs. Institutional flexibility, therefore then, is very, very important. Our chief guest, these are not demands of entitlement from these young leaders, but these are expression of generation ready to contribute to a nation where young are the majority. Because at the beginning, our chief guest, you said 75% of our population of Kenya today is young population. And therefore then, that must be appreciated. We are therefore saying, chief guest, that these are not demand of entitlement because they are young, but it is because this expression of generation ready to contribute to a nation where young are the majority. This calls for institutionalization of succession planning that and value-driven performance while ensuring a margin to the public service transformation. I again appreciate young leaders, your insistence on mental health and reminded us that sustainable public service, healthy, supported public servant. As a Kenya School of Government, let me assure you that KSG has already developed a module on AI ethics, digital transformation, leadership, and holistic wellness into our core executive program. We are in the process of setting up a center of excellence called Center of Excellence for the Mental Wellness and the Transformation of the Public Sector. And so therefore then, we will then channel them more in the young leaders empowerment programs from which you will adequately benefit. This forum, our chief guest, has laid a strong foundation, but foundations are only meaningful if they become structures, a very stable structure that can be followed. To the senior leaders who are present here today, your legacy lies not in the project you complete or the program that you develop, but in the leaders you nurture and grow and mentor. I encourage you to embrace the legacy pipeline, guide firmly, listen deeply, and model the values that have sustained the public service across the generation. To the young people who are here and the emerging leaders in the public service, a better public service cannot be built for young people. It must be built for young people. So that then it must be built with young people. Therefore, let me again repeat here, because this is important to the young people who are here and the emerging leaders. A better public service cannot be built for young people, but it must be built with young people, because we must work together and build the public service that we want. And the leadership begins long before you receive a title. Leadership is not about the title. Leadership is a calling. If it is your time to be called to come and be that leader, please respond to that calling. Make it so memorable, make it so melodious, make it such a legacy that people will remember you for how you have redefined the public service delivery. We want to remember you. But we only want to remember you for the impact, for the legacy that you leave behind. Not so much of the project you completed, especially the older generation, but the people you've unhauled and brought them to a position of leadership that has positively impacted the young leaders. My advice to you, and I challenge you all here, to pursue excellence in digital skills, policy analysis, ethics, project management, and emerging threats. Make learning your personal responsibility. Don't wait for others to come and force you to do the things that probably you don't want. Take that space, co-create it, make it yours, lead, and know that you are capable. You have capacity, you have capability. Attract yourself, believe in yourself, and connect with your ideas that you can be able to do it. But don't wait for others to come and do it for you. Don't wait for Moses to come and deliver you to promised land, because Moses is not coming. You are your own Moses. Please deliver yourself to any expectation, any space that you want to get to. Too much is given, for sure much is expected. We expect a lot from you. And don't wait for that space, because everything happens for a reason. And again, we don't know what will happen tomorrow, but we walk by faith, not seriously by sight. And therefore then, please deliver that. Guard integrity fiercely. Let your organization be one that strengthens, not strains, the culture of accountability. There's an African proverb that says that if you are peeling a groundnut for a blind person, please continue whistling so that he is not again, imagining and thinking that you are eating his groundnut. So that whistling means that you are now making noise, you are creating that aspect so that then people knows that yes, you are accountable. Please continue making that noise. Number 3, pilot new solution, suggest improvements, and use technology to solve the old problems that we are dealing with as an older generation. Innovation is action, not an aspiration. Therefore then, learn intentionally from those who come before you, those who came before you, and offer your digital fluency and thinking in return. As I therefore then conclude, lead by example in punctuality, in communication, in accountability, and output quality. The workplace culture of tomorrow begins with the standard you set today. Step forward as drivers of modern governance, challenge and healthy cultures, advocate for empathy, well-being, and also psychological safety. Do not wait to be invited. Do not wait to be asked to contribute. Do not wait for you to be questioned. Do not wait to propose, but again, lead from where you stand, because that is then a very stronger point. A public service that reflects Kenya's youthfulness must be built by young people who are not only ambitious, but also disciplined, ethical, and transformative. As I conclude, to Kenya School of Government, our partners, we really appreciate you. We must remain the anchor of this transformation. We will work closely with the Ministry of Public Service, National Youth Council, UNDP, of course the Executive Office of the President, and so many other partners who are here to translate this insight into an actionable reforms. Because let it not be that we met here in Kenya School of Government, we had a reflection, we had a discussion, and then nothing happens. And then we look forward to the second intergenerational dialogue. We must action on what you have agreed in this 3-day intergenerational dialogue. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we have defined the public service we want. That is ethical, innovative, efficient, effective, resilient, responsive, digitally empowered, citizen-centric, and intergenerationally united. Let us live here not just inspired, but committed to implement what we've agreed here. Because inspiration is just an inspiration. You may be very much inspired here. Then you get out of this door, what will happen next? You may have been inspired for different reasons. Then what is then the impact of this inspiration? Therefore, let us return to our station ready to implement, ready to mentor, ready to learn, and ready to transform the public service. From our end, as a Kenya School of Government, let me take this opportunity to thank you all for your participation, for your contribution, for your candid conversation, for your dedication to the future-proof public service. As we exit this space, please let us exit knowing that we must make a difference. We must leave a legacy. We must, therefore, then get to the public service that we want. Therefore, I wish each and every one of you a safe travels. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you so much and may God bless you. At this point, therefore, it is indeed my singular honor to now invite a representative of our UN resident representative to make his remarks, and then from there we'll be able to proceed. Corredo.
Good afternoon. My name is Julius Corredo. I work for the United Nations Development Program as the team leader for the governance and inclusive growth. This is also the unit that houses the youth programs. I think it's fair to say that I have never been a civil servant, but my father was for nearly 40 years. But given what we underwent, I really feared the civil service. You can guess what it was. But when I first joined the UN and the partnership that we had with the Kenya School of Government was to develop the youth innovation centers. And Peter and I often joked that how do we innovate around bureaucracy? But it's interesting, 5 or 6 years later, that when it was time to establish a center for digital skilling of public service and AI skills, the Kenya School of Government became the natural partner for UNDP. And thank you very much. The guest of honor and the representative of the head of public service, Mr. Osai, Professor Nora, the head of the Kenya School of Government, all the leaders in the room. I will read the speech on behalf of the UNDP resident representative, Mr. Jean-Luc, also on behalf of the UN resident coordinator. It's a great honor to join you for this closing ceremony of the 2025 Intergenerational Conference, a platform that you have dedicated to shaping resilience, future-ready, and people-centered public service for Kenya. I deliver this keynote on behalf of the United Nations Resident Coordinator and the entire UN family in Kenya, who commend the Kenya School of Government and the public sector leadership for convening this important conference. Four things strengthen a public service more than its ability to learn, adapt, and renew itself across generations. Today in this room, we bring together the wisdom of those who built the foundation of Kenya's administration, as well as the energy and creativity of young public officers and the strategic insights that the old also provide. This forum represents Kenya at its best. That is listening, learning, and co-creating solutions together. The realities facing public institutions today, including disruptive technologies, shifting demographics, climatic pressure, rising citizen expectations, and physical constraints, demand a new kind of public leadership, one where experience meets innovation and where institutional memory strengthens agility, and where every generation is enabled to contribute meaningfully. The UN has a long and proud history of partnering with the government of Kenya to strengthen capable, accountable, and future-oriented public institutions. Our shared work spans public sector reforms that enhance transparency and service delivery, leadership development and youth empowerment initiatives, digital governance, e-service, data protection, and responsible AI, gender equality, inclusion and representation at all levels of leadership, as well as mental health, staff well-being, safe and ethical workplaces. The commitment is anchored in both global and national frameworks, including the Kenya Youth Development Policy 2019, Vision 2030, the BITA, the Bottom-up Development Agenda, the SDGs, which recognizes young people as essential actors in governance, peace, and development. Young people, especially Gen Zs, bring unique strengths to the public service, including digital fluency and comfort with new technologies, adaptability and fast learning, creativity, innovation and problem solving, a pulse on emerging social, economic, and technological trends. They have the capacity to modernize processes and accelerate digital transformation and strengthen citizen-centered service delivery. Yet, we must acknowledge that many institutions still operate under traditional hierarchies that can unintentionally limit youth participation. And therefore, without deliberate inclusion, engagement risks becoming symbolic rather than transformational. Succession planning is not an administrative exercise. It is a governance imperative. Kenya's senior and retired officers hold invaluable knowledge in public administration, negotiation, crisis response, and statecraft. If not intentionally passed on, this institutional memory can be lost. The UN encourages structured succession pathways that align talent development, leadership coaching, and knowledge transfer with long-term public sector goals. Intergenerational mentorship is one of the most powerful tools for strengthening institutions. Young officers bring disruptive ideas and digital abilities. Seasoned officers bring experience, diplomacy, and continuity. Neither can succeed alone. We therefore advocate for formalized mentorship and coaching programs, particularly for women, young professionals from underserved regions, and officers entering technical fields. These programs should be sustained, institutionalized, and linked to performance and leadership development frameworks. Kenya is emerging as a continental leader in digital innovation, but the next decade will require digital literacy for public officers, ethical and inclusive AI adoption, strong data protection, and responsible governance frameworks, addressing digital disparities that disadvantage young officers in remote areas or under-resourced regions. The UN stands ready to support Kenya in building systems that ensure technology enhances but not replacing human-centered governance. UNDP particularly is currently running the Regional Center of Competence in Digital and AI Skilling for public servants in collaboration with the Kenya School of Government and the Ministry of ICT and Communication. A future-ready public service must prioritize mental health, wellness, and psychosocial support. Young officers today navigate heavy workloads, digital overload, and rapid change, often without formal support systems. A healthy workforce is the backbone of effective service delivery. The UN continues to support the integration of mental health and staff well-being into public service leadership and human resource systems. As we close this intergenerational conference, we are certain we did not merely hold a conference. We would like to see how the deliberations we made here shapes a national consciousness, where experience guides innovation, where youth ambition is supported by mentorship, where technology strengthens, not complicates, service delivery, where wellness, integrity, and accountability are central, and where generation, young and old, where every generation, young and old, sees itself as a custodian of Kenya's future. And on behalf of the United Nations in Kenya, I reaffirm our commitment to work with you in strengthening institutions, empowering young leaders, and building a more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous future. Let this conference spark a new thinking. Let it inspire action. Let it reaffirm that when generations work together, Kenya's public service can become one of the most resilient and future-ready in the world. I wish you a productive and transformative conversations going forward and actions in the future. Thank you very much, Jean-Luc, UNDP Resident Representative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Corredo, for that great speech. Our chief guest, before I invite you, I think I will have done this at the beginning, but allow me to invite the executive committee who organized this program, because they're the ones who very successfully, as you can see, organized this program. Can you kindly come up here? These are the young leaders who organized our chief guest. These are the team that organized this conference. They are all working in the public service. They volunteered. We have not paid them. They did this without any payment, of course, because public service is a service. And they volunteered, and I really appreciate them. And they did such an excellent job. This one, we never had a budget for this, but they made it possible, and I really appreciate them. and we have all the representation. I will request the team leader of this great executive committee to introduce them, so that then they can be able to present a very brief presentation. They're about to make a very brief presentation, our chief guest, and then we'll be able to close, because there's no way that we can have any conversation after the chief guest has made his speech, because in government that is the end, and I don't want to finish without them. So that is why I'm inviting them now. President.
To the chief guest and our very distinguished guest, and our patron, Professor Nura, and our very good delegates, good afternoon. We are delighted to be here with you today, and we have had very successful interactions with you for the last two days. This is the third one. So allow me very quickly introduce the executive committee members. My name is Anthony Mwoki. I sit in this executive committee as the program's lead, and very quickly allow me introduce starting from this end. Please, thank you. Just name and what you do.
Thank you. My name is Stella Njiru. I'm the welfare representative in this committee. Thank you.
My name is Teresa Wanyonyi. I'm the secretary in this committee.
All right, my name is Sela Odhiambo. I do represent persons with disabilities in this committee.
My name is Festus Muturi. I'm born again. I'm from State Department for Mining. I am a partnership and outreach officer in this committee.
My name is Mumbua Chalo from the Ministry of Defense. I sit as an executive advisor to the committee.
My name is Rahma Ibrahim from UNESCO Youth Forum, and I'm a member of this committee.
Hello, my name is Charity Kilonzi from Semaster. I vice chair the committee.
Yes, my name is Paul Kamau. I am a research fellow here at the Kenya School of Government. For the committee, I am a technical advisor.
My name is Trevor Ngendo. I am the comms lead for this executive committee, and I work with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation as a business and tech news journalist.
Please applaud them as they resume to their seats. They have done a good job. Quickly, we have some other three members. The president, who is David Ryugu, he works for Kenya Airport Authority. He is currently responding to a critical assignment at former workplace. We have Jerry works here at Kenya School of Government, and we have Madam Nadia, who has played very significant role here at Kenya School of Government and even organizing for your invitations here. Very quickly, as programs lead, our chief guest, our conversation is based on a conversation that has been derived from the conversation and dialogue initiated back last year by different members of state corporations who nominated different, a number of representatives from those MDAs and government institutions. And we needed to negotiate and have conversations to ask ourselves, what are the pain points for the youth in public service? And a number of concerns were shared, and a brief has been given through the previous and predecessors who have shared their conversation. And from then, we have come up with different modalities, different strategies and models and frameworks through consultation of the delegates who are here today, that we feel immediately after this intergenerational dialogue, we need to subsequently have models through which we can implement that which we've been conversing about. We're talking about public service intergenerational dialogue that we've done today. We're talking about Young Leadership Transformational Program. Is a program that will be led by Kenya School of Government. We're talking about youth public service as policy interlocutors, and we are going to have conversation and details through that. And this is the moment that we want to invite your office to please expect us and almost give us an appointment to share detailed presentation the same, because we really depend on your support in implementation of these policies in public service. talking about national and international exchange programs, you know, for capacity building for different members of public. Talking about welfare and support programs. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your passion for mental health, for instance, our representative from UNDP. And we are very open for engagement, and we will request immediately after this if it's possible to have an appointment with you so that we get to share how you can help us, or else how best we can partner and collaborate so as to implement mental health programs. We're talking about gender mainstreaming among other social concerns that are cross-cutting in public service. We're talking about creating public service awareness, and sir, our chief guest, this is where we're going to support your office deliberately by engaging different members of public service to create awareness on exactly what they do in different government institutions, so as to empower the public to know exactly what government does in different capacities. We're talking about disability mainstreaming as an engagement that we're going to have, and succession planning, our patron, Professor Nura, has alluded to the same. And then we looking forward to having community outreach programs that we're going to engage not only the youth in public service, but also the youth that are yet to join public service. So, sir, our conversations today and for the last 3 days and previous conversations are geared and guided by models and frameworks that we really believe you will be very resourceful, or else the office that you sit in will be very resourceful to us. I need to appreciate a team of repertoires that supported us in generating the communique that I'm going to read very briefly. Please, the team that helped us, you can stand and wave very briefly. The team from ICS. Thank you so much. They were very resourceful in supporting us to come up with this communique. So as an outcome of this conversation, sir, we've come up with a communique that we're going to share very briefly. Our conversation and the theme of our conversation for the last 3 days has been future-proofing public service by harnessing experience and innovation for public service. And our goal is to establish the public service that we want. So the Public Service Generational Dialogue Conference of this year 2025, convened here at Kenya School of Government, Lower Kabete, is a collaboration. It was done in collaboration with the Executive Committee of Youth in Public Service, brought together more than 500 delegates for the dates between 26th and 28th of November 2025. Guided by the theme of future-proofing public service, and where we want to harness the experience and innovation of public service for sustainability, the conference provided a national platform for fostering intergenerational dialogue, strengthening institutional coherence, and advancing the shared vision of building public service we want. Recognizing the central role of public service as a bedrock of national governance and development, the conference sought to deepen reflection on strategies that ensure the continuity of institutional memory, uphold the core values and ethical foundation of public administration, and promote adaptive leadership in an era of rapid technological and socio-economic transformation. The conference provided an opportunity for retired civil servants, seasoned public servants, young professionals, civil society actors, and development partners to engage collectively on the future of public service. Through keynote speech, addresses, plenary deliberations, intergenerational roundtable sessions, and interactive breakout discussions, the conference examined critical issues including knowledge transfer across generations, the integration of artificial intelligence and digital innovation in governance, ethical leadership, and youth progression within the public service. The 3-day engagement reaffirmed the commitment of all participants to unified and value-driven public service that remains responsive, ethical, innovative, and that align with national development priorities and global aspirations. We have affirmations, and we affirm that intergenerational collaboration is essential to safeguard institutional memory, strengthen ethical governance, and ensuring continuity in public service value and professionalism. we acknowledge, sir, that the future-ready public service must leverage the innovation capacity of young officers while drawing upon the wisdom and the experience of leaders of senior and retired public service. We recognize, sir, the importance of integrating emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, into public administration in order to enhance efficiency, accountability, citizen-centered service delivery. We are reaffirming that the public service is a primary vehicle that through which national development commitments, including Vision 2030, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the public service transformation framework, and Agenda 2063 and sustainable development goals are realized. And so we do so by noting with concern the persistence of generational gaps related to technological adoption, workplace culture, ethical adherence, and progression pathways, which is unaddressed, unaddressed may undermine the suitability and performance of the public service. We, the delegate of the Public Service Intergenerational Dialogue 2025, hereby state and commit as follows: to strengthen a structured mentorship and acknowledge transfer across all ministries and departments as well as agencies. 2, to promote fair, transparent, competence-based career progression for young officers. 3, to expand youth absorption, internship, transition, and job shadowing opportunities. 4, we commit that we enhance capacity in artificial intelligence, digital governance, and future skills for public service. Number 5, we prioritize mental health, wellness, and supportive workplace environments. Number 6, we uphold ethical leadership, integrity, and professionalism as social pillars of public service. Number 7, we intend to improve, or else we commit to improve documentation and digitalization of institution knowledge to support continuity. Number 8, we commit to strengthen succession planning framework linked to capability development and leadership readiness. Number 9, we commit to increase meaningful youthful participation in policy formulation and innovation initiative. And number 10, sir, we intend and commit to promote a cohesive public service culture that values experience, embraces innovation, and fosters mutual respect across generation. In adopting these resolutions, sir, we the delegate are committed to sustained action, ongoing dialogue, shared responsibility in shaping the public service that we want. The outcomes of this conference, sir, will inform continuing reforms and strengthen the development of resilience, ethical, and high-performing public administration for people of this country, Kenya. And in conclusion, our chief guest, the delegates affirm that the Executive Committee of Youth Public Service, the ones that were in front of you, will continue to champion the agenda of the young professionals in government through flagship initiative launched at this conference. And this will include Viongozi 360, Vijana Serikalini, Beyond Borders, Vijana Connect, Tengemeo Hub, Wajibika na Taifa, Usawa Works, and Jamii Works. Through this program, sir, the Executive Committee reiterates its commitment to sustain engagement, continuous capacity building, and meaningful youth participation in shaping the future of the Kenya's public service. May God bless Kenya. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate the Executive Committee. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them. Iyo makofi ijafika. Simufikishe tu. There's a QR code here you can scan so that I don't know after scanning what will happen will be explained later, but scan please. It's part of mentorship. It's a WhatsApp group I was told, so please join that WhatsApp group. Our chief guest, this executive committee, this is the beginning now of the implementation of what was agreed here, so I'm going to return them. Remember we said there will be, here, did you say 1 year? 1 year. There'll be no election, so they will continue. So don't ask for iko nafasi, bado itakuwa. Wacha tumalize kwanza and then we'll ask for nomination and then selection and so on and so forth. So they will continue to now implement this. So they are the ones who will remain and implement this, very high level, way forward agreed here as in form of a communique that will be implemented immediately after this session. So we really appreciate them, and I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all of you, together with the executive committee, for this full implementation of what we agreed at the beginning. Otherwise, asanteni sana. Now, as part of mentorship, I want, as I invite our chief guest, I want all of us to be upstanding, because that is part of mentorship. All of us to be upstanding, so that then as I welcome our chief guest. Our chief guest is the Principal Administrative Secretary, representing our Head of Public Service, Chief of Staff, Head of Public Service, in the Executive Office of the President, and he will explain to you, he is someone I've worked with for many years. He will explain to you what the public service is in 1 minute. Otherwise, let me take this opportunity, please, to now invite our chief guest, Bwana Ada Osia, Principal Administrative Secretary, to now make his remarks and close this program. Karibu sir.
Let's be seated.
And you don't sit unless you have been told to sit. Now you can sit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nura, and the resident representative of UNDP Kenya. I had seen Gloria around, CEO National Youth Council of Kenya, distinguished guests, senior public leaders, heads of departments, young officers, future policy champions, and young visionaries. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here on behalf of Felix Koskei, the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service of the Republic of Kenya, who would have been here with us, but due to other engagements that were unforeseen, he can't be here with us today, but I come with this message. My name is Arthur Osia. I'm the Principal Administrative Secretary, Executive Office of the President. And we were laughing with Nora that when I finished university many years ago, at the age of 23, I came to this institution when it was called Kenya Institute of Administration. Then, and of course it remains a premier institution for shaping of future leaders. In all cadres. When we got independence, this institution was key in the transfer of power, functions, authority, competence, authorities from the colonial masters to independent Kenya. Every other important Kenyan you want to mention around, whether alive or dead, pass through this institution. Whether you talk about Nyachaya, you talk about Matiba, you talk about Jobomeno, anybody you want to mention went through this institution. And it is no wonder that you are holding this intergenerational conference in this institution. I want to be specific. I was inducted into civil service in this institution in September the year 1990. So it means the time I've been around on a payslip and working for this republic is more than the time many of you have lived in this world. I joined the public service as a district officer then. These days they are called ACCs, Assistant County Commissioners. I've been a district commissioner, I've been a regional commissioner, provincial commissioner. I've run the national administration in the Republic of Kenya for many years in the Ministry of Interior, and during the formation of the current administration, I moved to the head of public service as the principal administrative secretary. So technically, I'm the PS to the head of public service. I have been trained in this institution since 1990. I have been trained. I have been a trainer. We have formulated programs. We have implemented programs. So I have been in and out of this institution more than 100 times. More than 100 times. Either coming for training or coming to train or develop programs, implement, blah, blah. So this is an institution that is important in government. And I'm happy you guys are taking interest in the courses that are offered in this institution. I know bureaucracy is a challenge, sometimes in accessing courses at the time when you want. But also, with the bureaucracy which you identify as a challenge in public service, sometimes it hampers your desire. But interestingly also, in the course of time, you'll realize that certain things are structured for a certain purpose. Sometimes you want to go to a course now, but you'll practically need that course for purposes of growth, for purposes of performance, maybe 7 years from today. So allowing you to attend that course is a disservice to yourself. Because when you read the knowledge, maybe you'll have forgotten, you'll be too tired, then it doesn't help you. I just want to say 2-3 things before I read the speech of the head of public service and close this forum officially. I wish I had been here longer. When you were having your plenary session, I would have had an opportunity to hear more of what you are raising. But I want to say one thing emphatically. The perception about public service. Public service, and for those who are in it, and for those who will survive in it longer, is a public calling. Is a public calling. If you see a colleague whose presence in public service does not look like a public calling, looks like it is some business, looks like it's a place to make some gain, you can be sure that fellow will not last 15 years in the civil service. I'm saying that because when we were inducted, we could have been 50 or 60 or so. But I will tell you that 2 or 4 today are in a committee for other reasons. They are serving life sentences. Others have served 30, others 20, others have moved elsewhere because they were in a hurry to grow up in society. So, basic thing is that public service is a calling. And because it's a calling, you may not have a lot of struggle in terms of internal reforms, in terms of turning into the quick, low-hanging fruits that you may want in life. I want to assure you that the best employer in this country is the public service, is the civil service. That I'll assure you, with no fear of contradiction. I was having a meeting the other day with all the vice chancellors and deputy vice chancellors and the Council of Higher Education, Council of Legal Education, a number of things. We're addressing a number of things that are affecting the education sector. And we had deep discussions, and we're asking ourselves, do we love this country? Do we love our children? Why should a university insist on offering an engineering course that accreditation is not approved by the Council of Higher Education? It's not approved by the professional body, whether it's CISPAC or Human Resource or Supply Chain Management or Accountant or Engineers Board. Why would you, as a university, insist on offering that course for 4 years? Graduates come out, they can't practice without being recognized by the professional bodies, and so you are training Kenyans and giving them papers which have no value on the street. And some people are short of, saying, kama iko kuokoka, sisi leo tungeokoka. Because public service is a calling. You must, the inner self must have the love for this country. If you don't love this country, it's not a calling. It becomes difficult to understand what it is. I heard somebody talking about the time, somewhere there, that working between 8 and 5. Working between 8 and 5 is a concept that is long gone in the public service. The public service today, people work 24/7. Because there are certain things I would need at midnight so that I'm able to brief the president at 5 in the morning. And you have your gadgets, right? Yeah, so you are working on Sunday night, on Saturday, you are working anytime. And that emphasis of 8 to 5 is an old concept that has been an impediment to productivity in the civil service. In the civil service today, we are talking about productivity. So that to me, even 8 and 5 does not matter. You may not be physically present between 8 and 5. But what I want, as your leader, is gotten the time timely. That's my business. What are your targets? Are you meeting them? It doesn't matter about the physical space. So today we should be talking about productivity, not being physically present in an office between 8 and 5. I know issues of succession management are worrying young officers. We didn't do well in the last few years on succession management, but the Public Service Commission, in conjunction with the relevant state departments, are now seriously on issues of succession management. Succession management, the way UNDP said, is not a luxury. It is a tool of continuity in the provision of public service. It's a tool that if you know, one day you'll wake up and find an entire service that's about to retire in the next 7 years. What do you do? It means there's no room for mentorship, there's no room for impacting knowledge to young officers. So the government is actively in succession management now. That's why you see the government has begun declaring positions at entry level for young people. We had many the other day, economists, statisticians, blah, 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 and many more are coming. So those of you on attachment, just be on the lookout, and you should be having priority when it comes to absorption. Many opportunities are coming for entry-level officers. I heard somebody talking about absorption and being fast-tracked in the civil service. Interestingly, I know young officers are uncomfortable with what is called a scheme of service in the public service. Schemes of service structure your entry, your growth, your ultimate in the public service. Public service is a huge animal. So definitely you'll need some rules and regulations that guide your entry, your growth, your survival, within the civil service. I know a number of state departments now are revising these schemes of service so that we can give room for those performing officers to be fast-tracked. But we do that reviewing very, very carefully so that you don't give room for abuse of office, you don't give room for discrimination, you don't give room for behavior among leaders that eventually discourages the entire public service. And these schemes of service are run by state departments in conjunction with the Public Service Commission. And the Public Service Commission is the ultimate equalizer in the public service. It's a very key institution because that is the mother of fairness, the mother of merit. Dr. Nura, and I see a few faces that we joined the civil service together here. When we were young, we finished university and took our details to Public Service Commission and went to the village. We didn't have to stay in Nairobi. But while in the village, you get, at that time, the communication mode was PO Box, via PO Box, private Mumias, private. You can be sure in the village, one day your father comes with a letter, you open the letter and it is saying, you have been invited for interview. Blah, blah, the Public Service Commission. That's why we call it an equalizer. However unfair your boss is, the Public Service Commission is able to detect that Ken joined with Geoffrey the same day. Why are you fast-tracking Ken? That's why we call it an equalizer that you don't see, but very important. So I know we have an issue with the bureaucracy, but because of the sheer numbers and the size of the Public Service Commission, it's being addressed, but carefully, so that we still remain protective to the interest of the workers in the public service. Lastly, I want to assure you young officers and those who are aspiring to join the public service that public service is very, very receptive, absolutely receptive to innovation, to creativity. And that is why you find every year there's something we call the Public Service Week in Kenya. And we showcase, every department comes to showcase innovativity, creativity of a young officer, a senior officer, and appropriately awarded. So the perception that the public service is stagnant, is archaic, is slow, those are issues of perception out in the street. But in the civil service, I know the civil service is very receptive, the civil service is very innovative, the civil service is creative. You have young officers who have been greatly rewarded, and we have the Public Service Association in Africa, where we go annually as a country, and we have continuously won awards. You even remember during President Kibaki, we were the best public service in the world in terms of innovation, because nobody could imagine that a public service could be put on performance contract. Am I right, Dr. Nura? Yeah. We were the first country in the world effectively to develop a performance contract that is logical, that is practical, that you can monitor and evaluate, and you can trace results. So have faith in your public service. The future of this public service lies in you, the young officers. With those many personal remarks and the personal experience in the civil service, I now want to read a speech by Mr. Felix K. Koskei, EGH, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, during the Public Service Intergenerational Dialogue Conference held at the Kenya School of Government on November 26th, 2025. Good afternoon. Today, we gather here for a defining human moment to have a genuine conversation about the soul and the future of our public service. This intergenerational dialogue is a profound national statement that the future of our service will be crafted hand in hand by every generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I must begin by expressing deep appreciation for our host, the Kenya School of Government. This year, Kenya School of Government marks 100 years of existence, a century that has seen us transition from a nascent administration to a modern, complex republic. For 100 years, the walls of this institution have housed the training that ensures institutional memory evolves, not disappears. That our systems adapt, not stagnate. This is the enduring legacy of Kenya School of Government, ensuring Kenya's public service remains anchored, disciplined, and visionary. Distinguished participants, we cannot talk about the future without acknowledging the present reality. Kenya is a young nation. Over 75% of our population is under the age of 35. This means that when we talk about the public service we want, we are overwhelmingly talking about the service required and delivered by the youth. This intergenerational dialogue brings together over 500 public officers, the wisdom of experience, alongside the dynamism of innovation, to co-create a public service that is ethical, digitally powered, and truly people-centered. This space must be one of courageous honesty. We are here to listen when young officers tell us what feels bureaucratic, what is broken in the service delivery chain, and where the system needs bold transformation. We cannot future-proof a system we are not willing to genuinely interrogate. Ladies and gentlemen, our government is committed to building the bridges for meaningful inclusion now. We purpose to dismantle the old perception of an impermeable bureaucracy by taking structured action. This involves, 1, expanding access and pathways. The robust public service internship program is a deliberate intervention, opening the doors of government to provide thousands of young graduates with the essential experience needed for formal service. 2, accelerated development. We are investing in the next generation of leaders through emerging high-impact programs like the Young Leaders Development and Empowerment programs offered in collaboration with the Kenya School of Government, ensuring policy is informed by the sharp insights of our young officers. 3, institutionalization, knowledge transfer. Mentorship is a national duty. We are formalizing structures so that every young officer is partnered with a seasoned mentor, ensuring transfer of skills, ethical grounding, and leadership continuity, not just the paperwork. 4, driving digital and data innovation. Young people are the digital natives. We are empowering them to be the primary drivers of digital transformation, leading the automation and data reforms across ministries to enhance efficiency and transparency. The Regional Center for Competence for Digital and AI Skilling here at the School of Government continues to empower public servants devoid of age and industry with the transformative digital skills. Number 5, prioritizing human capital and wellness. Recognizing the immense pressure on public servants, we are establishing a comprehensive well-being and mental health support structure, acknowledging that a sustainable public service must first care for the people who serve within it. These are not future aspirations. These are the active funded programs shaping the public service today. Distinguished participants, the energy and passion, the young people, is an asset to be embraced and channeled. It is the voice of a young electorate demanding accountability. As the government, we have responded by institutionalizing dialogue. This dialogue is part of our conversation, transforming a spontaneous spark into a deliberate, sustained flame of collaboration. To the young officers and youth leaders present, we are expanding the table with you. You are not here to be seen, you are here to influence decisions, to innovate, to caution, and to build. Your unique energy, your digital creativity, and your sheer determination are the vital catalysts we need. To our seasoned officers, your experience is the national treasure that provides stability. This dialogue strengthens your leadership by providing a channel for you to pass on wisdom, and equally important, to learn anew from the innovative mindsets of the young generation. Intergenerational collaboration is not about age. It is about partnership and mutual respect. As we gather under the theme, future-proofing public service, harnessing experience and innovation for sustainability, we declare that Kenya's future will be built by all of us, working together, respecting the past, and embracing the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let us live here having crafted the public service we want, a public service that listens, leans, and leads, a public service worthy of the next century. For the last 3 days, you have engaged in intense and meaningful discussions within this important forum. You have not sat back as passive attendees, but stepped forward as active shapers of public service culture we all aspire to. Together, you have reflected on succession, planning, and career mobility, advocating for leadership pipelines that are merit-led, competency-based, and supportive of movement across ministries. Through peer dialogues and group sessions, you have interrogated how institutional memory can be preserved through structured mentorship rather than informal storytelling. Many of you have shared practical proposals for bridging generational divides, emphasizing that experience must become a guiding hand that enables innovation, not restricting. You have challenged traditional bureaucracy, calling for systems that grow talent, reward agility, and support career re-innovation across the service. Distinguished participants, your curiosity has also stretched into new frontiers: artificial intelligence, public finance innovation, digital accountability, and ethical leadership. You have explored how emerging technologies can strengthen fiscal responsibility, automate accountability, and rebuild citizen trust through transparent, data-driven communication. You have shown keen interest in data ethics, digital inclusion, and institutional agility, insisting that reforms must serve communities equitably and uphold governance integrity. Most importantly, you have committed to carrying forward the values exchanged here, leading with ethics, mentoring with intention, and innovation with people at the center. The last 12 months have proven one thing clearly: the future of public leadership is already in motion. It's being driven by your voices, your ideas, and your unwavering commitment to service, anchored in integrity and ignited by possibility. I want to qualify this statement by saying that today you have principal secretaries who are 30 years, who are 32 years, 35. So even as you address on issues of bureaucracy, the current public service is giving opportunity across the country. You have ministers in their 30s. Yeah? So opportunities are available for all of us. Mr. Mwoki, I want to understand you guys better. Dr. Nura, I think we'll arrange with Mwoki. One, I need your resolutions for consumption by the head of public service. But maybe I will need an hour or two with your executive committee. I will give you my contact so that you come. Tukae boardroom kidogo 2 hours tuzozane kimawazo, sasa ndio tuangalie whether you can when you can meet the head of public service. But first of all, let's shape our resolutions and see what is actionable in the short term, in the middle term, and in the long term. It is, with those many remarks, it is now my pleasure to declare the Public Service Intergenerational Dialogue Conference officially closed. God bless you. Johnny Masses, as you go back. As I leave, I want to see the two officers from Busia County. Thank you very much. God bless.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right. He deserves a very warm hand of applause. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Louder. All right. So here's the thing. I request the team here to help us project the QR code. It will be very important before we leave here. And we appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much for making time. And we would have really loved that you were here during our morning conversations. They were very insightful. And as part of the public service we're talking about wanting a public service that is very responsive. So we understand it's exactly 2:07 p.m. We would have wanted you to respond to some of the questions, but because of that, please, we'll just close. Maybe just a quick one that we had reserved for the, all right, okay. Yes, one we had reserved for the head of public service. It was a concern from the audience. What really happens when you've been in public service long before I was even born? What really happens when we have you very idealistic, you know, you're brilliant people, and like we are here, but once we get into leadership, we become all of a sudden we're not responsive, we become tone deaf, we don't listen to people, or is leadership very complicated for us to understand? You can use the mic here, but just sitting.
Thank you. Leadership is not complicated. Neither is leadership caste. It's not complicated, neither is it caste. You people are wired differently. You are wired differently. You are born in different environments. You are nurtured in different environments. And that question is important because I've grown up in the service. When I was employed, I think the only other person who was in the government that time that is still in government today is maybe His Excellency William Ruto. Maybe. He was not even in government when I was employed. He was employed, he was never employed. He got into government 7 years later as an assistant minister. I don't think there's anybody else who was in government in the 90s. Leadership is, I said, a calling. Leadership is an issue of attitude. Leadership is being humble. Leadership is appreciating the people you are leading. Leadership is appreciating the people you are serving. To a larger degree, and I want to say, to a larger degree, the arrogance, the non-responsiveness, the ineptness, the rudeness, outright corruption I talked about is an individual choice. And Nura is here, he's a researcher. It's an individual choice. Nura is a professor, he's seated with us here. They are professors, if they were heads of this institution, they would not sit with us here. So I'm saying it's a personal choice. That is my experience. That's why we keep on singing about issues of integrity, about issues of humbleness, about issues of competence to you young leaders. Because without those issues of competency, blah, 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 you can't change this community. You can't assist this community. So your mental disposition from the word go. You know, let me tell you, when I was a district commissioner in Murang'a, wakati ya JJ Kamotho, people used to say JJ Kamotho is a very bad guy, proud minister, arrogant, Kanu Secretary General. But the day J.J. Kamotho was dropped, another fellow was appointed as a minister. In the next 24 hours, everybody in Murang'a was crying because the guy had gone rogue. So we were asking, Wewe, you are a member of parliament who are sitting with you here. You are a very good guy. You have been appointed a minister in 48 hours. You want to sack several people. You are causing chaos on the highway. You don't want to park in the right place. So that's why I'm saying it is mental disposition. It is what you want to be. And really, I don't have any other explanation. I have grown up in this service. I've seen people from very powerful families who are very humble and simply service providers. But I've seen people from very difficult and, remote backgrounds who should have been grateful that God has given them a chance to serve Kenyans and build yourself. Become extremely arrogant. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close now, we wrap day 3, and I'd like to invite all of you to join our WhatsApp platform. This is the Intergenerational Dialogue Conference WhatsApp platform, and we invite you to join it and get to connect. There are different people here, and we hope that all of you get to connect with each other. And I also want to thank our sponsors and partners who are here, the KFG, we are fixing the QR code. All right. All right, we appreciate everybody here for coming, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I now hand over to Mr. Peter Quest to conclude. And remember, we'll have a photo session later outside here with all of us here. All right. That one had an error. We are fixing. We're getting another one.
All right.
Photo will be here.
We'll do the photo here. So the photographers, wote wakuje. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask to stand for a national anthem. Then we do the photos, then we go. All right. One stanza, national anthem, one stanza, East Africa.
It's only national anthem.
Let's have one person pray for us, as they said. A Muslim and a Christian.
One person. Let me replace you. Let me assist. Sisi hapana sumbua ladies tukiwa tuna pray. So I'll pray on our behalf. So let's pray.
So, good evening, good afternoon. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful for you have been so gracious and so faithful to us. We thank you that the Lord, we began with you. We have seen your faithfulness. We have experienced your goodness. Dear Lord, we pray as we come to the conclusion, the resolution of this conference, may you help us to implement them for the good of this country. We pray even as we travel home, may you bless each and every one of us. We thank you for everything that you have done for us. We welcome you to continue being with us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to you, Lord of the world. On of the day of judgment, you alone we worship. You alone we ask for help. Our Lord, we have come to the end of whatever we have been discussing for the last 3 days. Guide us all through. Give us the wisdom that we so desire. And at the end of it all, we shall say thank you. Amen.
Amen. It's not there. All right, now the guests just come down here. Then the photographers, one side. This side.
So you stand here?
Yes. Photographers are coming. What a good side. So you take
Thank you. I know.
Trevor.
So, unalipia contact yako, eh? See your number.
Check your mail now. Check your mail. Thank you, sir. I'm going to get this thing is invalid. Yeah, nimekutumia tu. Watu wanakosa.
QR code is here, please. Sorry. Yes, yes. Thank you. In just a minute.